Chapter 13-15. The moment Su Zhen's words left his mouth, the expressions of the three elders instantly froze. They stared at Su Zhen in disbelief, unable to regain their senses for a long time. Did you say, the Origin Emperor? The Origin Emperor can kill a sorcerer? How is that possible? And an early Origin Emperor at that? Su Zhen, even if this is an excuse, you should find a better one. How could a mere Origin Emperor kill a sorcerer? Moreover, it was a 4-star sorcerer. Even an expert of the same level might not be able to kill him. The three elders were shocked by Su Zhen's words, but they were also doubtful. They even snorted disdainfully. Ever since they had started cultivating, they had never heard of a sorcerer being killed by a mere Origin Emperor. Furthermore, the difference in cultivation between Xiao Yan and Tang Long was enormous. How could the former have created such a shocking battle record? Three elders, that Xiao Yan's fighting strength may be ordinary, but he has grasped an extremely powerful Do technique. It was because he had used that Do technique that the third elder died. That Xiao Yan's body is currently seriously injured. The holy maiden of our sect is also following beside him. If we were to give chase now, Su Zhen changed his tone. He placed his focus on the matter of chasing after Xiao Yan and the holy maiden. After all, it would not be a good thing for him if he spent too much effort on the matter of Tang Long's death. The three elders immediately withdrew their thoughts when the holy maiden was mentioned. Now wasn't the time to debate whether this matter was true or false. Their main task was to find the holy maiden as soon as possible and bring her back to the sect. As for Xiao Yan, they would know what his cultivation was like when they met him. Under Su Zhen's guidance, the four of them quickly flew towards the north. The three elders were anxious to find the holy maiden, so they were naturally much faster. They shook off Su Zhen and disappeared into the horizon in a few breaths' time. Behind them, Su Zhen watched as the three of them disappeared, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled into a sneer. Hey, it is fortunate that they did not get entangled with the problem of Tang Long, otherwise, it would really be troublesome. However, it is fortunate that Xiao Yan has helped us resolve this problem. Teacher, this time around, Xiao Yan will definitely die. Hee, don't be impatient. Xiao Yan is also an arrow at the end of its flight. They're carrying a seriously injured person, so they won't be able to run far. Let's catch up to them quickly. After all, the heavenly flame in Xiao Yan's hands is very useful to you. It's naturally best if you can obtain it. The master and disciple communicated in their hearts for a while. Then, Su Zhen revealed his true strength and chased after Yi Qingyu at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, the seriously injured Xiao Yan was being carried by the little fairy doctors group as they swiftly hurried to the location of the Tianyun villa. Although they could not be certain if there would be experts from the Crossing Adversity sect chasing after them, it was best for them to reach the location of the Tianyun villa first. That way, their troubles would be greatly reduced. At the very least, they would be able to find a safe place to give Xiao Yan some time to recover. However, with their current speed, it was likely that they would need quite some time to reach the Heavenly Cloud Villa. Moreover, it was hard to say what would happen during this period of time. For example, once the experts from the Due East sect caught up with them, the fairy doctor and the others didn't dare to think too much about it. They could only speed up, hoping to reach the Heavenly Cloud Villa before trouble came. Half a day later. Within the vast forest, the little fairy doctor and the rest were currently seated in a rather secluded clearing. Other than Bai Hua, the rest of the group had completely retracted their auras into their bodies and were quietly resting. Bai Hua cautiously surveyed her surroundings on the branch of a towering ancient tree not far away. Her spiritual strength spread out as she carefully probed the surrounding environment. A moment later, she leaped down and returned to the group, nodding her head gently at the few of them. Xiao Yan was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the group. His face was pale, and the corners of his mouth twitched from time to time. In his body, waves of gentle medicinal power continuously flowed into his limbs and bones, repairing his damaged meridians. No matter how gentle the medicinal power was, the injuries in his body still caused Xiao Yan to feel a wave of pain. The battle with Tang Long was the strongest opponent Xiao Yan had encountered since the battle at the Burning Flame Valley. A 4-star source sect was indeed not to be underestimated. If it wasn't for his powerful body, the protection of the heavenly flame, the dragon phoenix ancient armor, and the assistance of various medicinal pills, Xiao Yan would have had to pay an even more terrible price than Tang Long. Fortunately, he was still alive. However, the danger was not over yet. From Tang Long's point of view, Xiao Yan could already understand that the Due East sect seemed to place great importance on the woeful poisoned body. Even Tang Long did not hesitate to pay the price of being seriously injured in order to bring Lien Er back. There was no need to mention the attitude of the other experts from the Due East sect. If he did not find a safe place as soon as possible, it was likely that he would not be able to successfully leave this middle region's border, much less reach the Xiao clan. Phew, Xiao Yan slowly exhaled a breath of air. He endured the waves of pain that were transmitted from his body and once again consumed a medicinal pill. A thought immediately passed through his mind, and a vast ocean-like spiritual strength swiftly spread out from between his brows like floodwater. By relying on his enormous spiritual perception, Xiao Yan was able to clearly investigate the situation around him and even further away. However, just as Xiao Yan's spiritual perception spread out, his tightly shut eyes suddenly opened a moment later. His pale white face instantly became ugly. He endured the intense pain within his body, hurriedly looked at Bai Hua, and hurriedly said, "What are you doing? Quickly leave this place. Someone is chasing us." Once Xiao Yan's words were spoken, the expressions of everyone present immediately changed. Their hearts, which had just calmed down, were lifted in an instant. They naturally did not have the slightest doubt toward Xiao Yan. Moreover, from the looks of Xiao Yan's expression, this person's cultivation was likely not weak. Therefore, it was likely that they would have to change places now. Damn it, this group of fellows are really fast. Bai Hua carried Xiao Yan on her back and leaped into the air. The fairy doctor's white face was also filled with worry. Her pair of beautiful eyes paused on Xiao Yan. Immediately, she pulled Lien Er with one hand and leaped into the air. However, Li Bingrui hesitated. Looking at the 4 people in front of her, she hesitated for a moment before saying, "Why don't you all leave first? I will lure them away." After saying this, she was about to move. "No, we are friends. If we are leaving, we will leave together." Immediately after, Bai Hua grabbed her wrist. She looked at Li Bingrui with a determined gaze. The latter sneered and said, "Friends? Don't forget, I want to kill Xiao Yan. Would you still call someone who wants to kill him a friend?" At the same time her voice sounded, a cold air suddenly appeared on Li Bingrui's delicate wrist. Bai Hua's hand trembled intensely. She involuntarily released her hand and took 2 steps back. Li Bingrui, on the other hand, moved her body and leaped into the air, intending to fly toward the south. It was also at this moment that Xiao Yan, who was on Bai Hua's back, suddenly opened his mouth and cried out, "Li Bingrui, did you forget the letter your master left for you? She asked you to follow me, and not to send you to your death at this time. I never said that I was going to my death, nor did I allow you to mention my master. If not for your serious injuries, I would have already killed you before they even caught up." Li Bingrui's expression abruptly turned cold in response to Xiao Yan's reprimand. Killing intent gathered in her eyes as she stared at Xiao Yan. Bai Hua could not help but frown when she saw this. The Genesis chi in her body involuntarily began to circulate. On the other hand, Lien Er was biting her red lips, a conflicted look on her pretty face. It was only at a certain moment that she took 2 steps forward and said in a meek voice, "The one they want is me. Why don't you let me?" However, before Lien could finish her sentence, the 4 before her suddenly turned their heads and reprimanded her in unison. "You are not allowed." Chapter 13:16. Bai Hua's gaze involuntarily looked towards the southern horizon after her cry sounded. Her frown deepened. After which, she once again returned her gaze to the few people in front of her and said in a deep voice, "We are now a group. If we leave together. If we stay together. Li Bingrui, if you want to stay, we will stay with you." As she spoke, Bai Hua's body, which was floating in midair, descended. Behind her, the little fairy doctor also descended with Lien Er. Seeing this, Li Bingrui involuntarily clenched her silver teeth in anger. A long while later, she waved her sleeves and swiftly left this place with the few people. A moment later, 3 human figures arrived in the sky above the mountain forest where Xiao Yan's group had paused earlier in a manner as though they were chasing the stars and the moon. The expressions on the faces of the 3 of them solidified when their bodies rushed past the empty space. Their bodies instantly paused in the empty space. 3 pairs of eyes simultaneously landed on the empty ground below. With their powerful senses, they were able to clearly sense the auras of a couple of people who had paused in this place not long ago. Those auras were the people they were looking for. It is them. They should have left less than an hour ago. If it were not for the fact that our search area was too large, perhaps we would have already caught up with them. Fourth brother, don't be impatient. Since they have just left not long ago, it will naturally not be difficult for us to find them. Continue to head north. I think that it will not be long before that group of people will meet us. Hearing this, the gray-robed old man on the left of the 3 people smiled faintly. His shriveled hand grabbed at the air. A seemingly empty air, which contained the aura of Xiao Yan and the rest, was caught in his palm. Immediately, his 5 fingers clenched and easily crushed it. From the beginning to the end, the leading old man did not open his mouth. His ruddy face was slightly raised. His gaze looked towards the distant sky, which was gradually dimming. For some unknown reason, there was some worry in his heart. Night was about to arrive. This would cause some trouble for their plan to chase. Although Bai Hua and the rest had just left not long ago, he faintly had a bad premonition in the bottom of his heart. Let's go. We will try our best to catch up with them before night falls. No more accidents must occur. With a low cry, the other 2 old men beside him immediately nodded heavily. Immediately, the 3 of them leaped once again, transforming into 3 rays of light that swiftly flew towards the northern sky with lightning-like speed. Night was about to arrive. In the sky above the vast mountain forest, Bai Hua was currently carrying Xiao Yan on her back, while the little fairy doctor and the rest closely followed behind. The group was doing their best to fly towards the northern sky. As they watched the gradually darkening sky, the emotions in their hearts did not relax. They were facing a Genesis ancestor-level expert, and night would not be able to provide them with much cover. If they were careless at such a time, it was extremely likely that they would end up cutting off their path forward. The sound of rushing wind continued to resound in everyone's ears. The emerald green mountain forest below gradually dimmed under the cold wind. The distant mountain peaks grew closer and closer, and then grew further and further. However, the sense of danger that lingered in everyone's hearts never disappeared. Xiao Yan continued to rely on medicinal pills to speed up his recovery. Over half of the Genesis chi in the group's bodies had unknowingly been exhausted. Night descended and the entire world seemed to have become quiet. However, the group's mental state became increasingly tense. A dense sense of danger enveloped everyone's heads. This continued until a certain moment when Xiao Yan, who was on Bai Hua's back, suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes. Under Xiao Yan's signal, the group stood on a certain mountain peak. After nearly a day of recuperation, the injuries within Xiao Yan's body had clearly recovered significantly. Even though this was the case, he was still unable to shake off the fact that he was still weak. The reason why he had led everyone to stop at this moment was naturally because of those 3 old fellows. By relying on his powerful spiritual strength, Xiao Yan had clearly discovered that the 3 experts from the Crossing Disaster sect were less than 15 minutes away from them. If they were to continue in this manner, the final result would naturally be that they would not be able to escape. A couple of Origin Kings carrying a seriously injured Origin Emperor to face 3 experts of the Origin Zone class at the same time. That kind of result naturally went without saying. Xiao Yan rested for a moment on the mountain peak. Soon after, he once again gathered 3 types of heavenly flames in front of the stunned gazes of the few people around him. Even the seed flames were kneaded together. The few of them immediately understood what Xiao Yan wanted to do when they saw this familiar scene. He wanted to agglomerate the angry Buddha lotus flame. With their strength alone, they were naturally unable to stop the three-source zone. However, if the angry Buddha lotus flame were to explode, the strength that it would create would naturally be able to stop them for a while. Their group would also be able to delay them for a while. Although the few people present were able to see through Xiao Yan's thoughts, the few of them involuntarily felt worried when they saw him taking such a risk. You are crazy. You have yet to recover from your serious injuries and do not have much strength left in your body. If you agglomerate the angry Buddha lotus flame, won't you be treating your life as a joke? Bai Hua and the little fairy doctor had grave expressions on their faces. They were just about to stop him when the situation in front of them no longer allowed them to intervene. They were naturally aware of how frightening a heavenly flame was. Once they failed to stop him, it was likely that Xiao Yan's current body would be instantly turned into ashes. Xiao Yan merely smiled in a comforting manner in the face of everyone's worry. His pale white face carried a warm smile, but it caused one to feel exhaustion. Putting aside the difficulty of continuously using such a high-class Do skill, just the exhaustion of one's Genesis Chi and spiritual strength was extremely great. If this continued, it was likely that Xiao Yan would end up with irreversible sequelae. However, the heavenly flames had already merged and there was naturally no possibility of stopping. Everything could only wait until the fire lotus was completely agglomerated. As the heavenly flame gradually gathered in Xiao Yan's hand, the three auras in the distant horizon grew closer and closer to Xiao Yan's group. In fact, the few of them had already faintly sensed the location of Xiao Yan's group. Is it because they can't run, or are they simply waiting for death because they know that death is certain? High up in the sky, an old man could not help but reveal a sneer on his old face after discovering the location of Xiao Yan's group. Trying to escape alive from the pursuit of three origin sect experts was simply nonsense. Increase your speed and give chase. Be careful not to make any mistakes. The old man leading the trio involuntarily breathed a sigh of relief. However, he still cautioned the others in a cautious manner. His body jerked as he flew forward at an even faster speed. Chapter 13:17. Under the starry night sky, Xiao Yan's group was on top of a certain mountain peak. At this moment, a wash basin-sized fire lotus floated in the air between Xiao Yan's palms. It slowly rotated as light as a feather. The curling flames leaped between the petals of the lotus like fairies. Beautiful sparks streaked across the sky, leaving behind numerous dark black lines. In the blink of an eye, everything returned to its original calm state. After the fire lotus was formed, three human figures swiftly rushed over from the southern horizon. Their lightning-like speed left behind three long afterimages in the sky. In the blink of an eye, they had already appeared 1,000 feet away from Xiao Yan's group. All of them wore cold expressions as they stared at Xiao Yan's group on the mountain peak. The light from the fire lotus illuminated the mountain peak where Xiao Yan's group was. The beautiful fire light also attracted the attention of the three origin sect experts. This was especially the case when they sensed the dangerous aura that spread from the fire lotus. Even with their cultivations, their expressions involuntarily changed. Is what Su Jin said true? This brat is really able to agglomerate a frightening Do skill that can shake origin sect experts. However, is this really something an initial origin emperor can do? Even though the truth was placed in front of their eyes, this shocking reality still caused them to be unable to easily believe it. How could an origin emperor agglomerate such a powerful Do skill? What is he trying to do? Take us down with him? That's impossible. If the three of us were to join hands, it would be impossible for him to drag us down regardless of how powerful his strange Do skill is. After musing for a moment, the one to the left of the leading old man suddenly opened his mouth. His tone contained some cold mockery. However, what if his aim is not to take us down with him, but to use the energy produced by this Do skill to delay us? Once this Do skill is unleashed, even you and I will not be able to easily receive it. If they want to take advantage of this opportunity to flee, it will naturally be much safer with the energy ripples covering their auras. However, if the power of the Do skill is too great and implicates them, not only will they not be able to escape, they will also end up in a hopeless situation. In short, this is a risky move. If Xiao Yan could think of this, he would not be an exception. Although this method was indeed dangerous, he could not help but feel admiration for Xiao Yan's heroic spirit. Such courage was naturally something an extraordinary person would possess. If Xiao Yan were to grow in the future, he would definitely become a hero of his generation. Unfortunately, the moment Xiao Yan killed Tang Long, he had already stood on the opposite side of the Du AI sect. Regardless of what happened today, they would definitely kill Xiao Yan in order to eliminate any future trouble. Brat, are you really not afraid of death? Using such a method that is no different from suicide to stop us. Do you think you have any chance of escaping? The old man slowly stepped forward and looked at Xiao Yan, who was on the opposite cliff. At this time, the power that Xiao Yan possessed was enough to make them take him seriously. Heh, if I don't do this, I won't even have the slightest chance of escaping. Xiao Yan merely snorted disdainfully. The old man immediately scrunched his brows. He quietly circulated the Genesis Chi in his body and opened his mouth again. How about this, you disperse the fire lotus in your hand and return our Sex Saintus. This matter will be considered over and you and I won't disturb each other, okay? No. Xiao Yan merely smiled coldly when he heard this. His weak body forcefully stood up. His gaze was calm as it slowly swept over the three of them. His hand was gently pushed forward and the fire lotus lingering above his palm slowly drifted out at this moment. It gently drifted through the empty air and shot toward the three old men on the other side. Xiao Yan's expression changed when he saw this scene. Brat, you can't escape. The old man's expression instantly darkened when he saw the fire lotus shooting over. He cursed in a low voice. Soon after, he and the other two people beside him flipped their palms, and Genesis Chi immediately gushed out from their palms in preparation to meet the fire lotus. Explode. Xiao Yan ignored the old man's words. His body involuntarily softened after he sent out the fire lotus in his hand. Bai Hua by his side hurriedly helped him up. After which, the group hurriedly turned around and swiftly flew toward the north. In the next second, a thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind and an earth-shaking explosion suddenly resounded over the entire place. A dazzling white light shot out in all directions from the center of the explosion. The entire world instantly turned into daytime. A pair of golden-colored eyes watched the scene that had occurred in the dark night from the distant horizon. There was an unusual glint in those eyes. At the same time, under the cover of the white light, everything in the world gathered toward the center of the explosion uncontrollably. A frightening suction force covered the bodies of Bai Hua and the others. Just as it was about to pull their bodies into it, the Northern King within Xiao Yan's storage ring was suddenly released. It led the few of them away from the explosion area at a lightning-like speed. Bzz 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 bzz, the aftershock of the explosion swept apart, transforming into numerous storms. Even though they were a great distance away, it still caused Bai Hua's group to be extremely shocked. The few of them did not have the time to imagine the situation of the three experts from the source zone under the angry Buddha lotus flame. They used all their strength to borrow the opportunity that Xiao Yan had created to fly toward the north. In the sky, the storm formed by the Buddha's fiery lotus lasted for nearly an hour. The entire area was washed away by its power, and all traces of the group of five had completely disappeared. Although the three crossing disaster sect elders were not seriously injured, they were still somewhat injured by the fire lotus. When they looked at the scene before them again, the trio's old faces trembled in anger. They looked at each other, and when they saw each other's charred and miserable appearances, the anger in their hearts grew even greater. The dignified elders of the Origin sect and the Crossing Disaster sect had actually been reduced to such a miserable state by a brat from the borders of the continent. How could they endure such humiliation? As the anger in their hearts rose, their fists were clenched so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. If Xiao Yan appeared in front of them at this moment, the three of them would definitely tear him to shreds without any hesitation. However, they could no longer detect even the slightest trace of Xiao Yan's group's aura. They could only rely on the approximate direction that the group had left in to determine their target before continuing to head north. Su Zhen, who had withdrawn his aura, finally revealed himself on a certain mountain peak in the dark night after the three of them had left. He was somewhat shocked as he recalled the scene that he had seen earlier. He did not dare to imagine that Xiao Yan was actually able to display such a frightening Do technique in his seriously injured state. If Xiao Yan was allowed to continue growing, would he not become a formidable opponent in the future? The murderous intent in Su Zhen's eyes grew even denser when he thought of this. Chapter 13:18. The next day. In the sky above the boundless sea of trees, a few figures quickly flew past. The huge wind pressure formed huge gullies in the sea of trees below. The wind and waves swept across. In the blink of an eye, this group of people had already appeared at the edge of the sky. After a night of flying, the distance between Xiao Yan's group and the three Du Yi sect experts had widened once again. It was likely that the three Du Yi sect experts would not be able to catch up to them anytime soon. It was at this moment that Xiao Yan, who was on Bai Hua's back, suddenly experienced another abnormality. Xiao Yan's group was within a cave that had just been opened in the mountain forest. At this moment, the little fairy doctor and the others were looking at the pale-faced Xiao Yan, who was seated cross-legged on a green rock in front of them with worried expressions. No one had expected that the latter's cultivation would actually break through at such a moment. When the angry Buddha lotus flame had exploded 2 nights ago, the barrier between Xiao Yan and the two-star origin emperor had also been broken. However, the situation had been urgent at the time, and the latter had endured the injuries in his body while suppressing the impending breakthrough in his body. However, it was only at dawn that the abnormality in Xiao Yan's body could no longer be suppressed. The group had no choice but to temporarily open up a cave for Xiao Yan to make a breakthrough. A breakthrough in cultivation was naturally a good thing, but the situation was different, and the risks one had to face were naturally different. If it was any other time, everyone would naturally be happy that Xiao Yan's cultivation had broken through. However, Xiao Yan's injuries had yet to heal, and his meridians had also been severely damaged from the 2 energy burdens. If he made a breakthrough now, his meridians would likely be unable to withstand the enormous amount of pure energy. If the damage was too severe, the damage would be irreparable. However, at this point, they could only hope that Xiao Yan would be able to make a breakthrough safely. On the boulder, as Xiao Yan circulated the qi in his body, wave after wave of energy suddenly appeared in the surrounding air. A huge tornado gathered around Xiao Yan's body, and Genesis qi surged towards Xiao Yan's body. His body immediately began to tremble uncontrollably, and his originally pale face looked even weaker. The mixed natural energy poured into Xiao Yan's body from the pores all over his body and entered the various qi paths immediately. It caused the weak qi paths to swell and distort. The expression on Xiao Yan's face also became slightly distorted. A painful expression was revealed between his brows. His body had suffered 2 consecutive impacts from enormous amounts of energy. At this moment, it was being poured in by this turbulent natural energy. The wild and violent nature that was contained within it caused the qi paths in his body to have difficulty enduring it. Soon after, however, the heavenly flame surged out and poured into his various qi paths, refining and absorbing the wild, violent energy. Only then did the entire process gradually stabilize. Xiao Yan's trembling body also recovered its calmness. By the side, the little fairy doctor's pretty eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan, who had calmed down. Her tightly clenched hands also relaxed slightly. Only then did the few people around quietly sigh in relief. Although the energy was relatively mixed, it was fortunate that the heavenly fire was able to reduce quite a bit of trouble. After being refined by the heavenly fire, the enormous amount of Genesis qi was transformed into pure strands of energy, which were then refined and absorbed along the path of the flame mantra, ultimately converging into the qi whirlpool. The aura in Xiao Yan's body was also gradually recovering. With the support of an endless supply of Genesis qi, the injuries in Xiao Yan's body would recover even faster. This was good news for them. As time gradually flowed, the amount of Genesis qi that flowed into the meridians in Xiao Yan's body gradually increased, causing the burden on his meridians to once again increase. Even with the continuous refinement of the heavenly flame, his meridians had already suffered significant damage. Even with the protection of the heavenly flame, the pressure brought about by the enormous amount of energy still gradually climbed. In fact, one could even see that the skin all over Xiao Yan's body had turned bright red as it continued to absorb and refine Genesis Qi. His muscles were stiff and his veins were exposed. The speed at which the Genesis Qi was absorbed and refined grew faster and faster. On the other side, the three elders from the Du Yi sect had once again given chase. The distance between the two parties swiftly shrunk. It was likely that they would once again catch up to this group in less than 4 hours. This time around, Xiao Yan was destined not to be able to agglomerate the angry Buddha lotus flame. Without any trump cards to protect them, the group would be powerless to fight back if they encountered the three Du Yi sect experts again. One could easily imagine the ending that awaited them. In the cave, Xiao Yan's situation was increasingly dangerous. His scarlet-red skin had become scalding hot, and waves of Genesis Qi uncontrollably overflowed from his pores all over his body. Tiny traces of blood also gradually appeared on Xiao Yan's body, and the aura in his body grew increasingly tyrannical. If he continued to endlessly absorb Genesis Qi, Xiao Yan's body would likely explode and die before the three Du Yi sect elders arrived. But it was also at this time that an old man wearing a brocade robe appeared outside the cave where the few of them were. A pair of golden eyes glanced slightly, and with his huge spiritual perception, he immediately noticed the abnormality in the cave. Heavenly fire, It seems that I can't be wrong. It's him. But why would he provoke the Du Yi sect for no reason? The old man softly laughed. He appeared to have recognized something. His body immediately flashed and transformed into a ray of light in the blink of an eye that shot into the mountain cave. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan. Buzz! The sudden turn of events caused the expressions of Bai Hua and the rest to change drastically. However, before they could do anything, a powerful pressure abruptly descended above their heads. Their figures were instantly rooted to the spot, and even the Genesis Qi that was circulating in their bodies was forcibly suppressed. The hearts of the few of them were greatly shocked. Who would have thought that the other party would actually suddenly attack at such a moment? Before they could even clearly see the face of this person, the latter had already walked in front of Xiao Yan. His gaze sized up the person in front of him. TSK, what tyrannical physical strength. If it weren't for this, your body would have exploded under the impact of the energy. The old man gasped twice in surprise before slowly turning his head to look at Bai Hua and the others. When he saw the cold killing intent on their faces, he chuckled and said, "You guys aren't bad. To think that two of you possess the woeful poison body. It's no wonder that the Du Yi sect would come looking for you. But I don't have time to deal with you guys now." The old man immediately raised both of his hands after his laughter sounded. A thought passed through his mind and the surging spiritual strength between his brows surged out. At the same time, the seal between his fingers changed and a layer of glass-like golden light agglomerated and formed on the surface of Xiao Yan's body. Mysterious symbols gathered and transformed into a formation that covered Xiao Yan's entire body. The Heavenly Chief Formation. This is a grade 5 formation. It should be enough to stabilize your body for the time being. On account of that kid, I'll give this to you as well. After activating the formation, the old man hesitated for a moment before retrieving a purple pill from his storage ring. With a flip of his hand, he fed it to Xiao Yan. The moment the pill entered his body, a surge of medicinal power that was several times stronger than that of a grade 6 pill turned into a warm current that swiftly spread throughout Xiao Yan's body. The damaged meridians and bones in his body swiftly recovered under the effects of the medicinal power. The uncontrollable enormous Genesis Qi in Xiao Yan's body flowed into the Qi whirlpool as the blaze art Qi swiftly circulated. Even his complexion recovered substantially in a short period of time. The effects of a grade 7 pill are indeed different. You'd better remember this debt and pay it back in the future. Upon seeing this, the old man smiled mockingly. With a thought, the pressure that enveloped Bai Hua and the rest stealthily faded. Chapter 1319. At a glance, one could only see lush greenery that stretched as far as the eye could see. Occasionally, a cool breeze would blow past, and giant verdant corridors would appear above the lush sea of trees. These corridors would spread from afar, before finally disappearing at the end of one's line of sight. It was a rather spectacular sight. Above the sea of trees was the azure sky. At this moment, a few figures were swiftly flying over from the empty sky. Their eagle-like sharp gazes carefully swept across the forest below. Although the dense forest was vast, everything within the mountain forest was clearly displayed in their minds thanks to their enormous spiritual perception. In particular, the few remaining weak auras at a certain location caused their minds to tremble. This continued until a certain moment, when their gazes peered through the gaps in the mountain forest and saw a cave that had just been excavated in a certain backlit mountain valley. Cold smiles simultaneously appeared from the corners of the trio's mouths. "Let's see where you can run to now. Surround them. Do not let a single one of them leave this place alive." The two people beside him immediately nodded heavily at the old man's command. Their bodies moved, and the three figures swiftly descended. Each of them took up a corner and surrounded the cave below. Regardless of how great their ability was, it was impossible for this group of people to escape after being surrounded by three experts from the Source sect. They also believed that with Xiao Yan's seriously injured body, it was impossible for him to create a second fire lotus like the one he had created the last time. However, at the same time that these three old men descended, the sound of footsteps also sounded within the dimly lit mountain cave. As the three of them looked over, 5 human figures appeared in their eyes. The person leading them was undoubtedly Xiao Yan. At this moment, he had borrowed the medicinal strength of the Tier 7 medicinal pill. Although he did not dare to say that he had completely recovered from the injuries on his body, he was still mostly healed. Additionally, there was an unceasing amount of medicinal strength within his body that was healing his injured body. His entire condition was naturally much better. His originally bloodless face had once again recovered a sleek redness. Even the aura of his entire person had been raised by a lot. At this moment, Xiao Yan had already become a 2-star origin emperor. The few of them stepped out of the cave in unison. Their dense eyes had already landed on the 3 Du East Sex elders. When the three of them on the other side saw Xiao Yan, who was brimming with energy at this moment, the muscles on their faces involuntarily twitched. The frightening scene when the fire lotus exploded was still vivid in their eyes. Now that Xiao Yan had recovered to such an extent, once he agglomerated another fire lotus, would it not? Fortunately, when the trio saw that there was no fire lotus between Xiao Yan's hands, the tensed emotions in their hearts relaxed a little. Immediately, a chilling intent surged in their eyes as they looked at the 5 people in front of them. "Brat, let's see how you will escape from our hands this time." With a low cry, the bodies of the 3 people in front of him suddenly shook. A vast and mighty force and pressure immediately swept out from the bodies of the 3 people, shaking the surrounding mountain forest until it shook. However, the expressions of Xiao Yan's group did not change at this moment. Xiao Yan coldly smiled as he sensed the frightening force and pressure that swiftly spread around him. His lips parted slightly as he said with a faint smile, "Don't worry. Elder, please." Just as his voice sounded, a powerful aura that was not inferior to the 3 people in front of him instantly surged out from within the cave, blocking the auras of the 3 people outside. The gazes of the 3 people also changed abruptly at this moment. "This is Source Sect? Who's sneaking around? Come out and speak if you have the ability." The expression of the old man in the lead sank. He had never expected that a mysterious Source Sect expert would suddenly appear at such a time. In this way, it would be much more troublesome for them to capture Xiao Yan and the rest. Fortunately, from the aura, the other party was only a single Source Sect expert. Even though there was some pressure, it was still within a tolerable range. "Ha ha ha, you say that I'm sneaking around? Compared to you incomparably disgusting fellows, this old man is much more open and aboveboard. At the very least, my heavenly cloud villa will not sacrifice a living person. Unlike you, who won't even let off your own little saintess. After so many years, you're actually still dreaming of such wishful thinking." It was also at this moment that a loud laughter that contained ridicule was suddenly emitted from within the cave. Soon after, an old man wearing a cloud brocade robe appeared in front of Xiao Yan's group. His face was filled with disdain as he looked at the 3 people in front of him. "It's you, Luo Hao. The expressions of the three crossing disaster sect elders immediately changed drastically when they saw the person before them. As they cried out involuntarily, their expressions simultaneously turned grave. Luo Hao, the deputy villa master of Heavenly Cloud Villa. He was a 6-star source sect expert. Due to his 7 brothers, they were also known as the 7 heroes of the Luo clan in the central region. They usually guarded the northern region of the central region and rarely showed themselves. Luo Hao, who stood before them, was the 3rd brother. Although Luo Hao was by himself, the 3 of them naturally knew very well that every single one of the 7 heroes of the Luo clan possessed extremely great battle prowess. This was not because of how great their cultivation was, but because they were all powerful formation masters. Their understanding of formations was probably the best on the continent. The Heavenly Cloud Villa was the only powerful organization on the continent that used formations as a legacy. With the strength of their formation masters, any one of them could easily fight against 2 experts of the same level. If they used their full strength, even the 3 of them might not be able to take down Luo Hao. As they thought about this, the expressions on the old faces of the 3 became increasingly ugly. Who would have thought that they would meet the people from the Heavenly Cloud Villa at such a time? The 4 big forces were originally at odds with each other and there was no lack of private fights. Now that they had met, it was likely that today's matter would not be resolved so easily. Luo Hao, you want to interfere with the matters of my crossing disaster sect? After a while, the face of the old man in the lead sank as he spoke with a sinister tone. Heh, so what if I interfere? This old man doesn't find it troublesome to deal with the 3 of you. Luo Hao chuckled upon hearing this, but did not take it to heart. He did not have a good impression of this group of people in front of him. Furthermore, Xiao Yan had some relationship with Luo Jin. By doing this, he could save Xiao Yan and his group, and also dampen their arrogance. Why not? Luo Hao, don't be too arrogant. Although the 7 heroes of the Luo clan have some reputation in the central region, your Heavenly Cloud Villa is just a group of origin sections. If the sect master of my crossing disaster sect personally comes, I'm afraid that you won't be able to bear the consequences. You mean that my Heavenly Cloud Villa is afraid of you? So what if you're a origin venerate? If you think that my Heavenly Cloud Villa is easy to bully, then feel free to come. Others may be afraid of your crossing disaster sect, but my Heavenly Cloud Villa is not. Luo Hao's cold shout was heard the moment the former's words faded. The sinister intent in his words caused the faces of the 3 people to turn increasingly ugly. Heavenly Cloud Villa naturally had its own foundation since it was able to become one of the 4 great factions. Wanting to rely on their own origin venerate experts to scare off the latter was a little too naive. While the faces of the 3 origin sect experts darkened, Luo Hao once again sneered and continued. Su Shuang, with me here today, you are destined not to be able to take these brats away. If you still want to stay, I don't mind making the crossing disaster sect lose 3 elders. The emotions of the 3 of them immediately shook when these words were uttered. They had already barged into the territory of the Heavenly Cloud Villa in the middle of the night yesterday. If they were to be trapped here by Luo Hao at this moment, it was likely that the situation would be even more disadvantageous for them should the other experts from the Heavenly Cloud Villa be summoned. Su Shuang bitterly clenched her teeth after thinking and struggling in this manner for a while. Her vicious gaze slowly swept over Xiao Yan's group. Finally, it paused on Luo Hao. Only then did she lead the other 2 people beside her and suddenly turn around before swiftly flying toward the southern sky. Chapter 1320. The next day. Under Luo Hao's lead, Xiao Yan's group finally arrived safely at the Heavenly Cloud Villa. Even though the journey was a little dangerous, they were fortunately safe and sound. In particular, Xiao Yan's cultivation had successfully broken through to the level of a 2-star origin emperor. This was a joyous matter. When they arrived at the Heavenly Cloud Villa, the scene in front of them was very different from what Xiao Yan had imagined. The so-called Heavenly Cloud Villa was not really a huge villa. Instead, it was a strangely built and majestic ancient city. This entire city was where the Heavenly Cloud Villa was located. The ancient city walls that extended to the end of one site, the strange stone towers that towered into the clouds, and the mysterious talismans that could be seen everywhere. All of these explained the mystery of this city to Xiao Yan's group. Moreover, this was only the scene that they could see from outside the city. This city did not have a specific city gate. One could only enter through a formation. Otherwise, one would be blocked outside by the formation that covered the sky above the city. Fortunately, with Luo Hao's lead, this group was able to save a lot of trouble. After entering the city, the various buildings of different heights opened their eyes. Compared to other places, the Heavenly Cloud Villa was more like an independent world. Everyone's eyes were filled with a dazzling golden color. Even the clothes that the majority of the people were wearing were completely covered in gold. Gold-colored undergarments stood in various parts of the city like flags. Between the streets and alleys, there would occasionally be gold-colored light gathering, transforming into many mysterious formations. This is really a world of formations. Seeing the formations that floated in all directions, Xiao Yan's group could not help but reveal a surprised expression in their eyes. Formation masters, who were rarely seen in the outside world, could be seen everywhere in the Heavenly Cloud Villa. Compared to other places, this place was more like a paradise for formation masters. My Heavenly Cloud Villa started with formations. Formations have been passed down from generation to generation. Most of the clan members are also formation masters. We do have some reputation in the middle region. Unfortunately, we are far inferior to the Pill Tower. Luo Hao chuckled, but his words were filled with some regret. They were both miracles created by spiritual strength, but alchemists were able to receive the respect and admiration of the entire continent. However, the fame of array masters was far inferior. In this regard, Xiao Yan could only sigh helplessly. When he was in Donghua City, Zhongli had also expressed his feelings about this. However, the reality was like this, and there was nothing he could do. They could only hope that in the future, the way of matrices would also be able to win a place in this vast continent. Under Luo Hao's lead, the group arrived at the deepest part of the city. There was indeed a magnificent manor there. Then, they saw a few higher-ups of Tianyun Mountain. Among them, there was a middle-aged man, 2 old men, and Luo Ao. A respectful smile immediately appeared on Xiao Yan's face when he saw Luo Ao again. It was his first time in the middle region, and he had finally met a familiar face. His tense nerves finally relaxed completely. He owed Luo Ao a lot, and now that he saw the former again, he naturally could not help but praise him. Origin Emperor? How did you go from returnants to Origin Emperor in just 3 years? Surprise involuntarily appeared on Luo Ao's old face when he sensed the dense aura from Xiao Yan's body. Luo Jin had already told him about Xiao Yan when he returned to the clan over 3 years ago. He had already felt extremely surprised when he learned that Xiao Yan's cultivation had already reached the returnant's realm. However, he had never expected Xiao Yan's cultivation to have already reached the Origin King level. The other old man and the middle-aged man were shocked when they heard Luo Ao's words. In just over 3 years, he had gone from returnants to Origin Emperor. His cultivation speed was just a little too terrifying. Even Luo Hao, who had traveled with Xiao Yan's group on this day, had a similar change in expression when he heard these words. Luo Ao's words were really a little shocking. Xiao Yan could only smile awkwardly in response. He bowed towards Luo Ao and said politely, "I'm just a junior. I was only lucky enough to break through thanks to some fortuitous encounters and cultivation methods." Only then did the people present calm down slightly. It would have been fine if he had relied on fortuitous encounters and cultivation methods, but if he had really relied on his talent to reach this level, going from returnants to Origin King in just 3 short years was just far too terrifying. Whether it's talent or fortuitous encounters, since Xiao Yan has already become an Origin Emperor, you obviously deserve it. Immediately, the middle-aged man among the few of them took a step forward and spoke to Xiao Yan with a warm smile on his face. Hearing this, Xiao Yan hurriedly bowed and replied at the same time. "May I ask who senior is?" I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Luo Cheng, the villa master of the Heavenly Cloud Villa. I'm also Luo Jin's father. This is Luo Xiong, the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Cloud Villa. There should be no need for me to introduce Luo Hao. You must have gotten to know each other on the way here. Luo Qing smiled as he glanced around the group. When Xiao Yan heard that, his expression could not help but change. He had obviously guessed Luo Cheng's identity long ago. It was not difficult to guess the identity of a middle-aged man who could stand with these people. As for Luo Xiong, Xiao Yan had learned a few things about the Heavenly Cloud Villa from Luo Hao along the way. The so-called 7 heroes of the Luo clan had left a deep impression on him. Luo Xiong was the leader of the 7 heroes of the Luo clan. At the same time, he was the person with the greatest cultivation. Xiao Yan had never imagined that the leader of the 7 heroes of the Luo clan would actually appear in front of him. It was indeed a little surprising. It was said that every single one of the 7 heroes of the Luo clan had reached the level of a source ancestor. Furthermore, there was only a difference of 1 star between each of them. The leader, Luo Xiong, was an 8-star source ancestor. Luo Hao was a 6-star source ancestor and was ranked 3rd. Luo Ao was ranked 5th and was a 4-star source ancestor. These people were the strongest trump cards of the Heavenly Cloud Villa. Although their cultivations were below the level of a source venerate, their attainments in the Tao of formations were unparalleled in the entire continent. If they worked together, they could even put up a fight against a source venerate. This was also the reason why Luo Hao had not been afraid of Su Shuang's threats the day before. Just as the few of them were chatting and laughing, a white-clothed figure swiftly flew over from the depths of the manor. His figure swiftly flew over the top of the buildings. Although it was somewhat rude, he arrived in front of this group of people in the blink of an eye. Looking at this figure, who else could it be other than Luo Jin? Chapter 1321. Heavenly Cloud Villa, Villa Master Luo Cheng, First Elder Luo Xiong, Third Elder Luo Hao and Fifth Elder Luo Ao were all present in the discussion hall. Xiao Yan and the rest were led by Luo Jin to arrange their accommodations. In the hall, Luo Hao roughly explained everything that had happened before and after they had met Xiao Yan and the rest. The expressions of everyone present could not help but change when they heard this. Woeful poison body? The legendary holy maiden of the Dui sect? Didn't she disappear without a trace long ago? Why is she by Xiao Yan's side? Luo Qing frowned. He had clearly sensed the seriousness of this matter. Now is not the time to investigate this. What we should be thinking about is whether these people should leave or stay. The importance of the woeful poison body to the Dui sect goes without saying. Their sect master, Wu Du, wants to use the woeful poison body to find the first sect master's hidden inheritance. Over the years, they have sent out a lot of manpower and resources to find the woeful poison body. Since these people are now in our Heavenly Cloud Villa, it won't be long before Wu Du personally comes to ask for them. Once he appears, this matter will be even more difficult to resolve. Luo Xiong, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly opened his mouth. The words that came out of his mouth caused the expressions of everyone present to change. Wu Du, the sect master of the Dui sect, was an expert at the level of a source venerate. Even in the entire continent, he was a top expert. Although the Heavenly Cloud Villa did not fear a source venerate, they did not wish to truly fight with him. The strength of a source venerate expert was enough to make the entire Heavenly Cloud Villa take him seriously. Although the 7 heroes of the Luo clan could even fight against a source venerate expert if they joined forces, what should they do if the other party used the strength of an entire sect? After all, a source sect was still a source sect. The gap between them and a source venerate expert could not be made up by numbers alone. In that case, should we ask them to leave? Luo Qing knit his brows. After meeting them earlier, he could tell that Xiao Yan's group was extraordinary. Other than Xiao Yan's training talent, the heavenly flame that he possessed, and the 2 woeful poison bodies, that young man called by Hua also caused him to feel that she was extremely mysterious. Even with his eyesight, he was unable to see anything about the latter's constitution. If one were to talk about someone who could be considered ordinary, it was likely that only that little girl called Li Bingrui would be considered ordinary. However, if one were to discuss her training talent, it was likely that she would not be inferior to some of the monsters in the middle region. Luo Qing and Luo Qing could naturally tell that this group had great potential. If they could form a good relationship with them, it would definitely be beneficial to the Heavenly Cloud Manor once they matured. However, the problem they were facing now was that the Due East sect would definitely not allow Xiao Yan's group to live peacefully. From Xiao Yan's attitude, it was clearly impossible for him to hand over the woeful poison body. Both parties had already become mortal enemies. If they insisted on helping Xiao Yan's group, it would be equivalent to openly declaring war on the Due East sect. It was difficult to weigh the pros and cons involved. Clan leader, first elder, I think that this is not appropriate. While they were hesitating, Luo Ao finally opened his mouth. As he spoke, everyone's gazes gathered on him. Luo Ao's gaze slowly swept across the people in front of him before he said, "Don't worry, I'm not going to let you go. First elder, all of us have witnessed Xiao Yan's talent and strength. Moreover, he also has a heavenly flame by his side. His future achievements are definitely not something that the Due East sect can compare with. Don't tell me that we are going to destroy a genius who is likely to become a great help to our Tianyun villa for the sake of the Due East sect, which is not on friendly terms with us." As soon as these words were spoken, the few people present couldn't help but pause. Luo Qing opened his mouth slightly but didn't say anything. Luo Xiong fell silent as he continued to ponder in his heart. As the first elder of Heavenly Cloud Manor and the strongest person in the clan, he had no choice but to prioritize the clan first. Although Heavenly Cloud Manor was also one of the 4 great forces, everyone knew that Heavenly Cloud Manor was just barely squeezed into the ranks. Without the support of a source venerate, the clan's strength couldn't be compared to the other forces. If it weren't for the numerous arrays and the reputation of the 7 heroes of the Luo clan, Heavenly Cloud Manor would have long been excluded from the 4 great forces. Now, if they were to start a war with the Due East sect for Xiao Yan, what awaited them would most likely be destruction. But then again, Luo Ao's words weren't without reason. They had seen the potential of Xiao Yan's group. If Heavenly Cloud Manor could obtain their help, when they truly grew up in the future, their status among the 4 great forces would definitely rise. However, the current situation forced them to face reality first. Sigh. After a long time, Luo Xiong sighed deeply. His pair of turbid old eyes turned to Luo Qing, who was sitting on the main seat, and slowly said, "Patriarch, this matter is still up to you to decide. After all, you are the patriarch and also the manor lord. Everything will still have to listen to you." Seeing that the problem was once again thrown to him, Luo Cheng's mood couldn't help but become a little solemn. He could also understand Luo Xiong's worries. However, Luo Ao's words weren't wrong. Now, he had to choose one of the two, and this answer might involve his entire Heavenly Cloud Manor. Sigh. Fifth Elder, I'm sorry. I also know that little friend Xiao Yan has a promising future. However, Heavenly Cloud Manor can no longer take a huge blow. Once, Patriarch, you don't have to blame yourself. This old man understands your intentions. However, they are after all guests from afar. Let them stay for 2 more days. Once the time is up, this old man will naturally explain this matter to them. Before Luo Cheng's voice faded, Luo Ao had already stood up and smiled at the former. After speaking, he slowly walked out of the hall. Behind him, Luo Cheng and the other 2 looked at Luo Ao's somewhat lonely back. For a time, their hearts couldn't help but become a little heavy. They could tell that Luo Ao truly valued Xiao Yan. Even though they were similarly shocked by Xiao Yan's talent, the reality was as such. Even if Luo Cheng agreed to disregard the entire clan for the sake of a member of the younger generation with an unknown future, it was likely that the other members of the clan would not be willing to do so. However, immediately after Luo Ao's footsteps arrived at the entrance of the hall. Just as he was about to open the door and walk out, the door was suddenly opened by a pair of hands from the outside. Immediately, an old man hurriedly stepped in from the outside. The moment he entered, his gaze quickly swept across Luo Ao and stopped him. After which, he looked towards the few people in the depths of the hall. With a solemn expression, he urgently said, "Manor Lord, First Elder, something has happened." Chapter 1322. While Luo Ao's group entered the meeting hall, Luo Jin led Xiao Yan's group to another part of the manor. After arranging accommodations for them, he led them on a tour around the manor. Xiao Yan was similarly curious about this place, which was a true holy ground in the eyes of a formation master. Those mysterious formations were quite unique. Although there were some similarities when compared to alchemy, there were also great differences. Both of them had their own advantages. If one were to really talk about it, it was difficult to tell which was better. However, Xiao Yan was certain that since the formation could exist in this world, it definitely had its own unique logic. Although alchemists were currently more prevalent on the continent, it was likely that there would come a day when it would be the turn of a formation master to shine in this vast continent. The group followed Luo Jin and walked in a relaxed and unrestrained manner within the Heavenly Cloud Manor. While they were chatting, Xiao Yan suspiciously discovered that Luo Jin's eyes seemed to have paused on Li Bingrui, who was beside Lian Er, ever since they had met. Even during their conversation earlier, he had purposely led the topic to the latter. This caused Xiao Yan to secretly smile in a mocking manner. He immediately understood something in his heart. Xiao Yan's eyes swept between Luo Jin and Li Bingrui. He smiled softly and shook his head. Immediately, he continued to walk forward along the small path in the garden. However, he did not notice that the little fairy doctor beside him was also using her pretty eyes, which were filled with gentleness, to look at him as he strode forward. She paused for a moment before hurriedly following behind him. Behind them, Bai Hua glanced at Lian Er, whose small face was filled with curiosity. Her large hand gently rubbed the latter's small head as the two of them slowly followed behind. The group strolled around the manor while chatting about many matters related to the middle region. Of course, most of the time, it was Luo Jin who explained the general information about the various large factions in the middle region. Amongst them, the Xiao clan was naturally the first thing that Xiao Yan needed to understand. As a super faction in the middle region and one of the three great clans, the Xiao clan naturally had a powerful foundation. Its strength far exceeded the four great clans. It was rumored that the Xiao clan had existed for the longest time among the three great clans. At its peak, the Xiao clan was comparable to the current Heavenly Source sect and Ghost Gate. However, for some unknown reason, it gradually declined over the long river of time. Even so, there was no need to doubt the strength of the Xiao clan. After understanding this, Xiao Yan could not help but lower his head and ponder. Even though he knew that the Xiao clan did not have any kinship with him, Xiao Xian was still there after all, and he was somewhat touched. However, at the same time, he could not help but worry about Xiao Xian's safety. However, at this moment, the sight in front of Xiao Yan's eyes flashed. His footsteps, which were just about to take a step forward, suddenly paused. At the same time, he raised his head and looked at the large black stone tablet standing in front of him with a surprised expression. Only at this moment did Xiao Yan notice that his group had unknowingly arrived at a square. This large stone tablet in front of him was the only decoration on this square. Huh! Upon seeing this, Xiao Yan could not help but take 2 steps back. Only then did he clearly see the huge stone tablet in front of him. At the same time, Luo Jin, who was not far behind him, followed closely behind with a smile. This stone tablet is... Xiao Yan's gaze swept over the stone tablet. Only then did his gaze turn to Luo Jin by the side. His face was filled with doubt as he asked. Upon hearing this, the latter pursed his lips and smiled. He did not hide anything. His gaze swept across the stone tablet from bottom to top, and he slowly said, "This is the Heavenly Cloud's sacred weapon list." It is said that an ancestor of the Luo family once created this list in his spare time. It records the 10 most unique weapons on the continent. Although they are not very useful, they were left behind by our ancestor. That is why we put them here. Upon mentioning the ancestor of the Luo clan, Luo Jin's face could not help but reveal a proud expression. However, at the end of his words, there was a hint of mockery and helplessness. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded his head in surprise. At the same time, his gaze once again swept across the stone tablet. Indeed, from top to bottom, the stone tablet was engraved with words from 1 to 10. Among them, the 4th, 7th, 8th and 9th positions were painted with a golden glazed luster. Among them, the 4th position was called the Phoenix Lock Spear, the 7th was called the Serene Orchid Sword, the 8th was called the Ancient Blood Axe, and the 9th was called the Lightning Spear. The remaining positions were empty. This Phoenix Lock Spear. I'm afraid that it belongs to the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. Upon seeing the name of the Phoenix Lock Spear on the 4th position, Xiao Yan could not help but think of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe in his mind, even though he did not have any proof. That's right. The Phoenix Lock Spear does belong to the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. It is said that this weapon was created from the spine of a member of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe as well as the bloodline of an ancient demon phoenix. It has a great suppressive effect on the members of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. Its additional battle strength is also extremely terrifying. Once it uses its full strength, it can even use the Phoenix Lock Spear to condense an ancient demon phoenix image. It is extremely frightening. It is a pity that I have never seen it before. Luo Jin smiled. Xiao Yan's gaze continued to move downwards, landing on the 7th position, the Serene Orchid Sword. The Serene Orchid Sword's owner is called Ouyang Yu. He is publicly acknowledged as the strongest person in the Ouyang clan. It is said that Ouyang Yu once used his sword to easily stop 3 Origin Venerables who went to the Ouyang clan to cause trouble. He even killed one of them. As for the other 2, one was seriously injured while the other escaped with a broken arm. Since then, they have never appeared again. Ouyang Yu was crowned with the title of Serene Orchid Sword Saint because of that battle. HSS, Xiao Yan was not the only one who was shocked upon hearing these words. Even the faces of the few people beside him also revealed shocked expressions. This battle result could be described as frightening. He had fought against 3 Yuanzun level experts alone without being defeated. He was even able to kill one of them. With such an outstanding battle result, this Ouyang Yu was likely a demon that was hard to meet even in 1,000 years. As for the other 2, Luo Jin had never heard of them. However, he did not doubt that the people who possessed those 2 weapons were definitely dragons and phoenixes amongst men. They were bound to be outstanding existences. However, whether or not he could meet them was another matter. While the few of them were laughing and chatting, Xiao Yan's expression suddenly changed. He subconsciously placed a hand on his storage ring. At this moment, he was surprised to discover that an item in his storage ring that he had not touched for many years was actually trembling slightly at this moment. At the same time, on the other side, Luo Ao, Luo Cheng and the other upper echelons of the Heavenly Cloud Villa appeared in a secret room. At this very moment, a 10-inch white jade array disc was placed on an array platform in the middle of the room. Furthermore, one could clearly see that there was a palm-sized gap on this array disc. At this moment, the array disc was trembling and emitting bursts of intense golden light. Chapter 1323. In a secret room in Heavenly Cloud Villa, the upper echelons of Heavenly Cloud Villa were present. Their faces were extremely solemn as they looked at the scene that was unfolding before them. On the array platform, a broken array disc seemed to be attracted by something. It was emitting bursts of intense golden light and was shaking uncontrollably. This caused the atmosphere in the secret room to become extremely solemn. What happened? Why is the greater star plate acting strangely for no reason? Looking at the scene before him, Luo Xiong's face turned ugly. In all these years, he had never seen the array disc act in such a manner. This was a huge matter for his Heavenly Cloud Villa. We are not sure either. Originally, everything was normal. However, for some reason, the greater star plate suddenly went berserk. There was no warning at all. Hearing this, the few elders present could only helplessly shake their heads and sigh. That's right. Something like this has never happened before. Just now, as a precaution, we also carefully examined the array disc. However, we didn't find anything strange. It's just that the array disc itself seems to be somewhat out of control, as if it's being pulled by something. However, this aura is too special, so we can't trace it. After hesitating for a moment, another elder slowly spoke. However, the words that came out from his mouth caused the faces of Luo Cheng and the others to change. What did you say? Attract? What in this world can attract the greater star plate? Don't tell me it's that fragment? However, before Luo Cheng's voice sounded, Luo Xiong, Luo Hao and Luo Ao suddenly spoke out. They immediately thought of something in their hearts. At the same time, the expressions on their faces became fiery hot at this moment. The greater star plate was the treasure of Heavenly Cloud Villa. For so many years, half of the reason why Heavenly Cloud Villa could have such prestige and status in the central region was because of the greater star plate. Even the 7 heroes of Luo clan, who were famous outside, had to be attributed to the greater star plate. The greater star plate was an arrayed disc that an ancestor of Heavenly Cloud Villa had spent his entire life to create. It was a grade 9 arrayed disc and could be said to be the highest grade and most precious arrayed disc in the continent. If it was fully activated, it could even fight against an Origin Saint expert. However, such a heaven-defying object had been destroyed by a villain. Although Heavenly Cloud Villa had tried their best to preserve it, they had lost a corner of the array disc. It was this missing corner that greatly reduced the power of the greater star plate. Even if it could be used now, the power of the array disc was only comparable to that of a Origin Saint expert. Even if Heavenly Cloud Villa had tried their best to preserve it, they had lost a corner of the array disc. And it was the greater star array disc of Heavenly Cloud Villa, and however, the greater 1 star plate, which had been immersed in this place for many years, suddenly had an unusual change today. This situation, in addition to the elder's guess, caused Luo Xiong and the others to promptly associate it with the missing fragment of the formation plate. If he could find it and restore it, then the greater 1 star plate would be able to regain its former glory, and the strength of the Heavenly Cloud Villa would naturally rise as well. Then, Heavenly Cloud Villa's position among the 4 great forces at the border of the central region would be completely stabilized. From then on, no one in the central region would dare to look down on Heavenly Cloud Villa. However, even though this was indeed the wish in his heart, where was that fragment now? Given Luo Xiong and the others' thoughts, they naturally thought of Xiao Yan's group in the blink of an eye. Immediately, other than Luo Ao, the other 3 people's expressions became a little strange. A moment ago, they were still discussing whether to ask Xiao Yan's group to leave Heavenly Cloud Villa. But in the blink of an eye, their thoughts had once again returned to this group. If they were not mistaken, the fragment of the array disc was indeed with Xiao Yan's group. In that case, the matter that had been decided previously, now, Villa Master, First Elder, how do you think we should deal with this matter? Luo Ao mused for a moment before looking at Luo Cheng and Luo Xiong in front of him with a mocking expression. Now, this problem had once again returned to the 2 of them. It was still the same as before. However, this time around, the bargaining chip was in Xiao Yan's hands. The expressions on the faces of Luo Cheng's duo were a little unnatural when they heard this. They did not expect that fate in this world would actually be so coincidental. The thing that they had been searching for all this while actually existed in this group of people. Yet, they were still thinking of how to chase Xiao Yan's group out of the door earlier. It must be said that this was indeed a little ironic. Looks like our Heavenly Cloud Villa will protect Xiao Yan's group. In the end, Luo Xiong still smiled bitterly and nodded his head. When these words were spoken, it could be said that Luo Cheng's decision had been decided. The other elders present did not know much about Xiao Yan's group and were a little confused when they heard this. However, they were able to sense from these few people's words that trouble seemed to be about to happen in Heavenly Cloud Villa. At the same time, on the other side, after some hesitation, Xiao Yan flipped his palm and took out the strange fragment of the arrayed disc that was still buzzing and trembling from his storage ring. The palm-sized white jade fragment trembled slightly in Xiao Yan's palm. Xiao Yan's face was filled with suspicion. He remembered that he had obtained this item from Jin Yao in the western region many years ago. However, he had always placed it in his storage ring and did not pay much attention to it. He did not expect that there would suddenly be a change in Heavenly Cloud Villa many years later. Could it be because of Heavenly Cloud Villa? While they were doubtful, Luo Jin by the side could not help but move closer with a curious face. However, when he saw the fragment of the formation plate lying on Xiao Yan's palm at first glance, a shocked expression instantly surged into his eyes. Even his entire body had involuntarily stiffened. His eyes stared intently at the fragment of the formation plate in Xiao Yan's hand. The shock in his heart was not any less than Luo Xiong and the others. "Why, do you recognize this item?" Xiao Yan was involuntarily startled when he saw the stunned expression on Luo Jin's face. His words had just sounded when a couple of human figures appeared in the empty space in front of him. Xiao Yan raised his head and saw that it was Luo Ao's group. At this moment, their eyes were also glowing as they stared at the formation plate fragments in Xiao Yan's hand. The smile on their faces involuntarily widened. "Ha ha ha ha. I never would have thought that this item would actually fall into the hands of our young friend Xiao Yan. This is really fate making fools of us. Xiao Yan boy, can you let me take a look at the item in your hand?" Luo Xiong roared with laughter. On the other hand, Luo Ao hurriedly turned his gaze back to Xiao Yan and asked politely. Seeing this, Xiao Yan did not hesitate and casually handed it over. Luo Ao stepped forward with a face full of gratitude and carefully took the fragment of the array disc from Xiao Yan's hand. Chapter 1324. At this moment, the upper echelons of the Heavenly Cloud Villa were gathered in front of the black stone tablet in the spacious and empty courtyard. Numerous pairs of eyes were gathered on the formation plate fragment in Luo Ao's hand. Their faces were filled with excitement and joy. Who could have imagined that the item that their Heavenly Cloud Villa had been looking forward to for so many years would actually return to their hands in such a manner? The fragment of the array plate in Luo Ao's hand fit the gap on the greater one-star plate. If it was repaired, then the greater one-star plate would be truly complete. The power contained in a Tier 9 formation plate was self-evident. As long as this fragment is recovered, the greater one-star plate will be completely complete. Then, Heavenly Cloud Villa will rise again. Looking at the fragment of the array plate that was close to him, Luo Xiong's face was filled with tears. The greater one-star plate had been damaged for many years. Now, it could finally be repaired. "Mr. Xiao Yan, may I know if this fragment of the array plate..." After a long while, Luo Qing recovered and immediately looked at Xiao Yan. Although this fragment should have belonged to Heavenly Cloud Villa, it had fallen into the hands of Xiao Yan. From a certain point of view, it already belonged to Xiao Yan. Moreover, he was the one who brought it to Heavenly Cloud Villa. No matter what, he should first ask for Xiao Yan's permission. Hearing this, Xiao Yan smiled indifferently. He stroked his sleeves and said with a smile, "This is just a coincidence. Junior only obtained this by chance, and it is of no use to me. If Senior needs it, feel free to take it." As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the upper echelons of Heavenly Cloud Villa changed slightly. Everyone could not help but open their mouths and a guilty expression flashed across their faces. Everyone present had heard about Xiao Yan and the others from Luo Cheng. Now that they saw Xiao Yan returning the fragment of the array plate to Heavenly Cloud Villa so easily, they could not help but feel guilty. After all, when Xiao Yan was so generous, their villa master was thinking of sending Xiao Yan and the others out of Heavenly Cloud Villa. Now, how could they not feel ashamed? If that is the case, thank you Mr. Xiao Yan. After hesitating for a moment, Luo Qing actually bowed to Xiao Yan and cupped his hands together in front of everyone. Beside him, the others immediately bowed and cupped their hands together. Luo Ao was no exception. Besides Xiao Yan, Luo Jin's expression could not help but change when he saw this scene. He was about to bow to Xiao Yan, but when he turned around, Xiao Yan helped him up, to quickly cupped his hands together. And hurriedly cupped his hands. Of Luo Jin's expression, and Xiao Yan. "I'm afraid that this junior is unable to accept such a great gift from all of you seniors. Senior Luo Hao had once saved this junior's life. Being able to escape from the evil clutches of my group is already extremely fortunate. This fragment of the array plate can be considered as my thanks." Little friend Xiao Yan is too courteous. I believe that even if I was not present that day, with your fire lotus, you should be able to come out unscathed. Luo Hao laughed heartily when he heard this. His eyes glanced at Luo Ao. Luo Ao had guessed that the white light that covered the sky back then was Xiao Yan's angry Buddha fire lotus. Now that he thought about it, Xiao Yan's fighting strength was likely far greater than his cultivation. If Xiao Yan was able to make a breakthrough before the three great elders of the Due East sect arrived, the three of them would not be able to do anything to Xiao Yan's group even without him. Mr. Xiao Yan is really too humble. Everyone has been quite tired over the past few days. If you don't mind, you can rest assured and stay in my Heavenly Cloud Villa for the time being. As for the Due East sect, we will help you to stop them. It will not be too late for everyone to leave once everything is calm. What do you say? Luo Cheng's tone changed when he saw this. This time, he took the initiative to invite them. Moreover, his words had already made his stance clear. At the same time, the other people beside him also nodded their heads. Xiao Yan and the rest hurriedly bowed in gratitude when they saw this. A wave of hearty laughter immediately sounded in the square. Afterwards, Luo Cheng introduced the other elders to Xiao Yan and the rest. Those elders were also part of the 7 heroes of the Luo clan. The 7 heroes of the Luo clan were the eldest Luo Xiong, the second Luo Lai, the third Luo Hao, the fourth Luo Mian, the fifth Luo Ao, the sixth Luo Kuan and the seventh Luo Hua. The strongest amongst them was the eldest Luo Xiong, an 8-star Origin sect member. The seventh Luo Hua, also a Origin sect member. Although he was only a 2-star Origin sect member, he could not be underestimated. With these 7 people and their status as formation masters, they could be considered an extremely tyrannical faction even in the middle region. After getting to know the 7 heroes of the Luo clan, Xiao Yan and the rest had gained some knowledge. After a good chat, Luo Cheng and the rest hurriedly left with the arrayed disc fragment. Xiao Yan and the rest looked at the sky. They did not expect that it was already evening. Only then did they return to their residence under Luo Jin's lead. Along the way, Luo Jin was filled with curiosity as he inquired about the origin of the arrayed disc fragment. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, gave a vague answer. At the same time, Luo Cheng and the rest had once again returned to the secret room. As the arrayed disc fragment in their hands and the greater 1-star plate grew closer, the abnormal activity between the two became increasingly intense. There was even a faint energy fluctuation surging out from the array disc. Luo Cheng and the rest were similarly astonished by this scene. Ever since the array disc was created, it had been controlled by a person. The energy within the array disc was also centered around the person controlling the array disc. However, the array disc before their eyes could actually trigger an abnormal energy fluctuation on its own. This was truly an eye-opener for them. However, this also showed them how powerful the greater 1-star plate was. As a rank 9 array disc, it was naturally different from the rest. Buzz! When the array disc fragment approached the gap on the greater 1-star plate, a sparkling golden light surged out from it. It merged the damaged area between the two. After which, the entire array disc and the fragment did not need anyone to control it. The array disc slowly floated into the air. Waves of intense golden light surged out from within it. The dazzling light connected the two together. Even Luo Cheng and the rest could not help but squint their eyes. Boom! Until a certain moment, when the fragment of the disc array and the greater 1 astrolabe were completely reunited, a dazzling beam of light suddenly shot up into the sky, and with a buzzing sound, it entered the huge formation cover that shrouded the entire heavenly cloud villa. The invisible formation cover suddenly surged at this moment, and a huge circle of sparkling golden energy quickly spread out until it enveloped the entire heavenly cloud villa. Almost at the same time that the greater 1 astrolabe was completely restored, on the square in the manor, on the huge black stone tablet, the 5th stone tablet that was originally empty, at this moment, a burst of golden light slowly lingered and appeared. At a glance, the words greater 1 astrolabe were written on it. 5th place on the heavenly cloud saint weapon ranking, greater 1-star plate. Chapter 1325. The next day, an uproar quickly spread through Heavenly Cloud Villa. The news of the greater star plate appearing in the 5th place of the Heavenly Cloud Saint weapon list shocked everyone in Heavenly Cloud Villa. At the same time, they were ecstatic. Even Sword Saint Yulan's sword was only ranked 7th on the Heavenly Cloud Saint weapon list. However, Heavenly Cloud Villa was able to obtain the 5th place with the Greater Star Plate. This was not only a sign of Heavenly Cloud Villa's bright future, but it was also a kind of encouragement for all the array masters. Most of the people in the Heavenly Cloud Villa were unaware of why the Great First Star Plate had suddenly appeared on the Heavenly Cloud Sacred Weapon ranking. Those who were aware of this matter felt even more grateful to Xiao Yan in their hearts other than being pleasantly surprised. The Great Single Star Plate had ascended the Heavenly Cloud Sacred Weapon ranking. This ranking might not be of any concern, but it was able to motivate the other people in the Heavenly Cloud Villa. Quite a number of formation masters had even broken through because of it. This was extremely good news regardless of whether it was an individual or the Heavenly Cloud Villa. However, at the end of the day, the reason for all of this was attributed to Xiao Yan. The Heavenly Cloud Villa would be in an uproar for the entire day and even for the next period of time. Apart from some of the elders in the villa who were relatively calm, even some of the stewards were laughing heartily all day long. It was enough to show how excited they were. Somewhere in the manor, in a small courtyard, Luo Ao was leisurely lying on a chair with a teapot in his hand. His old eyes were slightly closed, and the dense branches and leaves on the treetops above his head shielded him from the glaring sunlight. Under the clear sky, the old man seemed to be in a leisurely mood. Outside the courtyard, Xiao Yan was accompanied by Luo Jin. Before they stepped in, they saw Luo Ao's leisurely appearance from afar. Although there was not much expression on his face, the two could imagine how happy the old man was at the moment. The Greater Star Plate had been restored, and it had risen to the 5th place on the Saint Weapon list. Its status had even surpassed the Yulan sword and was ranked below the Phoenix Lock spear. Such a big event had caused the entire clan to be in an uproar. Luo Ao was naturally not an exception. However, he was barely able to hold on because of his status as an elder. Hee, little guy, I really have to thank you this time. Luo Ao had already sensed Xiao Yan's arrival when the two entered the courtyard. He immediately sat up, placed the teapot in his hand to the side, and looked at Xiao Yan with a smile. Hee, senior, you're being too courteous with me. Speaking of which, Heavenly Cloud Manor saved our lives. Looks like you're tired of hearing these words today. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's talk about what you're here for. Hearing this, Luo Ao smiled faintly and teased. The latter involuntarily sighed helplessly. With a flip of his hand, a huge black ruler landed in his hand. It was the heavy Xian ruler. Senior, do you still remember the agreement from that day? You said that you would naturally repair the dark heavy ruler for me once we arrive at the Central Territory. I'll have to rely on you for this matter. As he spoke, the expression on Xiao Yan's face gradually turned solemn. The heavy Xian ruler was different from other items. He would definitely be extremely strict on this matter. However, when Luo Ao saw the heavy Xian ruler, as well as Luo Jin, who was currently beside Xiao Yan, their expressions involuntarily changed. The grandfather and grandson duo looked at each other. Soon after, they spoke hesitantly. Little guy, I'll help you repair the heavy Xian ruler. However, before that, I have to remind you of something. The heavy Xian ruler in your hands might bring you trouble. Trouble? When these words were spoken, Xiao Yan's eyebrows immediately furrowed. The hand that held the heavy Xian ruler subconsciously tightened. The gaze that he used to stare at Luo Ao was filled with suspicion. He did not doubt Luo Ao's words. Instead, he was curious. The heavy Xian ruler was merely a weapon. What kind of trouble could it bring? Little guy, do you know where the heavy Xian ruler came from and who forged it? When he saw the doubtful expression on Xiao Yan's face, Luo Ao smiled slightly and looked at the latter with a teasing face as he asked. Xiao Yan was a little stunned at this question. The heavy Xian ruler was something that he had obtained from Yao Lao. Back then, he had only heard from Yao Lao that he had obtained it by chance in an ancient god mansion. He did not know anything else. He was even more confused as to why Luo Ao would ask such a question. The heavy Xian ruler was once forged by an ancestor of my Luo clan. Other than studying formations, my Luo clan's ancestor also studied the art of weapon refinement. This heavy Xian ruler was forged by an ancestor of the Luo clan. There was another one that was forged at the same time. Therefore, the heavy Xian ruler in your hands is not the only one. When these words were spoken, Xiao Yan's heart was immediately overwhelmed with shock. This information could be considered shocking to him. He did not expect that the heavy Xian ruler was forged by an ancestor of the Luo clan. Moreover, it was split into two. This was simply unbelievable. At the same time, however, there was something that Xiao Yan was curious about. Since the heavy Xian ruler was forged by an ancestor of the Luo clan, why would it appear in the Doqi continent? Luo Ao did not explain. Instead, he continued to speak. Although the two giant rulers are similar in appearance, their quality is completely different. The heavy Xian ruler relied on flaming meteorite mysterious metal to forge it. It is hard and heavy, and has the effect of condensing Do Qi and Genesis Qi. The other is called the mysterious jade ruler and is formed from heavenly mysterious jade. It is said that once the two giant rulers are merged, they will become indestructible. The mysterious jade ruler is currently in the hands of a younger generation member of the Bai clan, one of the three great clans. It is said that that fellow also values his mysterious jade ruler very highly. When Luo Ao's word sounded, Xiao Yan finally understood that the so-called trouble was actually the owner of the other mysterious jade ruler. In that case, the heavy Xian ruler in his hands and the mysterious jade ruler in that person's hands would likely clash sooner or later. The thing that truly troubled Xiao Yan was that the owner of the ruler was a member of one of the three great clans, the Bai clan. Currently, Xiao Yan did not truly understand the Xiao clan in the central region, much less trust them. If a conflict arose between him and the Bai clan because of the heavy Xian ruler in the future, everything would be difficult to handle. The Bai clan was one of the three great clans and its strength was not inferior to the Xiao clan. If the Xiao clan rejected him in order to avoid trouble, it would be fine if he faced them alone. However, it was likely that he would implicate the little fairy doctor and the rest, or even Xiao Xian. However, before Xiao Yan could fully consider the situation in his heart, Luo Ao's following words caused him to be stunned. Chapter 1326. Other than the uniqueness of these two rulers, even if you obtain the heavy Xian ruler and the mysterious jade ruler at the same time, it will not be an easy task to merge them into one. Luo Ao slowly spoke. Xiao Yan lifted his eyebrows somewhat curiously. If he wanted to merge them, it was likely that given the methods of the heavenly cloud villa and the heavenly flame within his body, it should not be a difficult task. Don't get your hopes up too early. Although you possess the heavenly flame, it is completely useless for these two rulers. If you forcefully merge them, it will instead destroy them. In the future, if you are able to obtain the mysterious jade ruler, you will have to make a trip to the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe before you merge them. Luo Ao was clearly aware of the guess in Xiao Yan's heart. However, when these words left his mouth, the expression on Xiao Yan's face involuntarily changed. His mouth suddenly exclaimed. Heaven Demon Phoenix Tribe? Merging the heavy Xian ruler and the mysterious jade ruler actually involves the Heaven Demon Phoenix Tribe? Xiao Yan did not have a good impression of this tribe. Moreover, he had once seriously injured the younger generation members of the Heaven Demon Phoenix Tribe when he was in the western region. It was likely that those fellows wished to kill him when they saw him. At this moment, Luo Ao had actually mentioned the Heaven Demon Phoenix Tribe to him. This instantly suppressed the raging fire within Xiao Yan's heart. The Bai tribe was originally very powerful. At this moment, another Heaven Demon Phoenix Tribe had actually appeared. In this way, Xiao Yan would have to reconsider. If he wanted to merge the two mysterious rulers, not only would he have to offend the Bai tribe, he would also have to implicate the Heaven Demon Phoenix Tribe. This was not a simple matter. According to the records, there is a beast that has a unique flame. It is the flame that has been passed down for generations in the Heaven Demon Phoenix Tribe. It is known as the Nirvana Flame. Any Heaven Demon Phoenix Tribe member who can experience the Nirvana Flame will be able to cleanse themselves of all impurities and become a favored child in one fell swoop. Moreover, their cultivation will soar. Although I have never personally seen it, the might of the flame is likely not much inferior to a heavenly flame. This nirvana flame is the key to merging the two huge rulers. Only by experiencing the nirvana flame will the two huge rulers be perfectly merged. At that time, your heavy Xian ruler will naturally no longer be destroyed by any external force. Luo Ao did not understand the emotions in Xiao Yan's heart. However, he was able to sense a trace of worry between the latter's brows. Hence, he naturally explained the nirvana flame in greater detail. When the latter heard Luo Ao's words, a light involuntarily flickered in his pitch-black eyes. What kind of beast flame was actually comparable to a heavenly flame? If he was able to absorb and refine it, his cultivation would likely be able to. As this thought flashed across his mind, Xiao Yan hurriedly regained his senses and suppressed this somewhat crazy thought. After all, that was the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe's flame inheritance. Its importance was self-evident. It was difficult to even see it, let alone refine it. Moreover, it was unknown whether he could obtain the mysterious Jade Ruler. Hence, everything was naturally unknown. Thank you, old Luo, for informing me. When Xiao Yan regained his senses, he hurriedly cupped his hands towards Xiao Yan. The latter waved his hand indifferently and said, "This place is known in the central region. You don't have to thank me. However, you must remember what this old man reminded you previously. This time, this old man will help you repair the heavy Xian ruler. However, you must be careful in the future. You must not let the Bai clan know about the existence of the heavy Xian ruler. Otherwise, it will definitely bring you trouble." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded his head solemnly. Soon after, he handed the giant ruler in his hand to Luo Ao. The latter slowly stood up and was about to receive the heavy Xian ruler. However, he seemed to have thought of something and changed his words. "Also, your Luo Tian cauldron is not an ordinary item. This time, I will help you repair it. As for the rest, you should know." When the Luo Tian cauldron was mentioned, Xiao Yan's face revealed a grateful expression. He hurriedly took out the medicinal cauldron from his storage ring. The instant the huge medicinal cauldron landed on the ground, a heavy and overbearing aura instantly surged out from it. The huge green-gold medicinal cauldron stood in front of the three of them like a small pagoda. This heavy aura caused Luo Ao's turbid old eyes to reveal a fiery glow. Who knows how many alchemists on the continent covet such a treasure? It has even caused quite a commotion because of it. However, in the end, it has landed in your hands. This is really surprising. After sighing, Xiao Yan could not help but smile embarrassedly. He exchanged glances with Luo Jin beside him. Luo Ao took the heavy Xian ruler and the Luo Tian cauldron and walked towards the depths of the courtyard. At the same time, his leisurely voice sounded again. "Leave the items with me first. You can come and get them in 5 days." "Thank you, elder." Hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded slightly. He once again bowed respectfully towards Luo Ao. Soon after, he took a deep breath. In his heart, he secretly recalled what Luo Ao had said earlier, especially regarding the Bai clan and the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. His heart could not help but feel a little solemn. On the other hand, Luo Jin seemed to have seen through Xiao Yan's worries. He gently patted the former's shoulder with one hand. A moment later, they left the place together. On the way back, Luo Jin could not help but once again inquire about the matter regarding Li Bingrui. This time around, Xiao Yan finally could not help but laugh and scold him. After which, he roughly told the former about his relationship with Li Bingrui, as well as the matter that had happened in the depths of the fire maple forest. Of course, Xiao Yan did not tell him about the Red Lotus Hellfire. When Luo Jin found out that Li Bingrui actually had a teacher whose cultivation was above the source venerate level, a change finally appeared on his usually calm face for the first time. He appeared to be worried and also surprised. Xiao Yan merely laughed in response to this. He was just about to walk towards the little fairy doctor's group when the enormous formation that covered the sky above the heavenly cloud villa suddenly trembled intensely. The instant a buzzing sound was emitted, the entire formation shattered. Soon after, a dark and cold voice that was filled with majesty and overbearingness sounded. "Luo Hao, hand over the person that you have kidnapped." Buzz. When these words sounded, an extremely frightening aura suddenly covered the sky above the heavenly cloud villa. The expressions of the upper echelons of the heavenly cloud villa within the villa changed drastically at this moment. Soon after, numerous human figures immediately rushed into the empty space. Their faces carried grave expressions as they looked at the sky to the south of the heavenly cloud villa. A middle-aged man wearing a gorgeous brocade robe was standing at that spot. This person was the sect leader of the Dewey sect, Wu-Du. Chapter 13:27. The upper echelon of the heavenly cloud villa was currently gathered in the sky above. Leading them was Luo Cheng and Luo Xiong, while the 7 heroes of the Luo clan were all present behind them. The group's gazes were cautiously fixed on the middle-aged man standing in the air, the Genesis chi in their bodies already circulating, constantly on guard against the person before them. In the city below, Xiao Yan and Luo Jin by his side watched the scene in the sky with solemn expressions. Xiao Yan's expression changed. He was about to step into the sky when he was hurriedly stopped by Luo Jin by his side. Luo Jin shook his head with a solemn expression. Only then did Xiao Yan clench his teeth and stop. At the same time, the group of people in the sky finally reacted. Sect Master Wu, I wonder what is the meaning of this. If you want to enter my heavenly cloud villa, it is fine if you say hello, but to break my formation barrier, what kind of place do you think the heavenly cloud villa is? Luo Cheng's expression darkened as he stared at Wu-Du before him, his voice somewhat sinister. Luo Cheng was indeed worthy of being the master of the villa. Even in the face of an expert like Wu-Du, his dignity and confidence remained unyielding. There were not many people on the continent who could do this. Humph, enough nonsense. Hand over the person that Luo Hao took away. Otherwise, let alone breaking your formation barrier, I will even destroy your heavenly cloud villa. As Wu-Du's cold cry rang out, a disdainful aura swept out once again. It turned into an invisible wave that charged towards Luo Cheng's group. Under the ripples of the powerful aura, even the invisible space violently surged at this moment. When the expressions of the people on the other side changed when they saw this scene, the 7 heroes of the Luo clan took a step forward in unison. As the powerful auras within their bodies erupted outwards, a layer of glass-like golden light enveloped the surface of their bodies. Under the control of the 7 of them, it merged into a huge barrier in front of them, blocking the powerful aura that was attacking them. Sect Master Wu, aren't you underestimating my heavenly cloud villa too much? Although there is no origin venerate expert in my heavenly cloud villa, it is not a place where you can act so atrociously. As the golden light gathered, not only did it easily block Wu-Du's aura, but it also carried a powerful aura as it rushed towards Wu-Du. Under this aura, even with Wu-Du's cultivation, he could not help but have a change in expression. He naturally knew of the 7 heroes of the Luo clan, but he did not expect them to attack without any hesitation. It seemed that they were even more unreasonable than him. Everyone, this venerable self can admit defeat regarding the earlier matter. However, you must hand over those brats from the border of the continent. Not only did they secretly hide the holy lady of my Dewey sect, but they even killed the 3rd elder of my Dewey sect, Tang Long. This venerable self must personally investigate this matter. As long as everyone hands over those few people today, this venerable self will compensate all of your heavenly cloud villa's losses. The moment Wu-Du's words left his mouth, an uproar immediately rang out in the city below. The expressions of many heavenly cloud villa's disciples changed, and they found this news hard to believe. Tang Long was the Crossing Disaster sect's 3rd elder, and he was rather famous among the 4 great powers. They naturally knew who he was. Tang Long was a Sorsong-level powerhouse. Who could have killed such a powerhouse and even come to their heavenly cloud villa? Compared to the people in the city, Luo Cheng and the others in the sky were undoubtedly even more shocked. They had never imagined that Xiao Yan would be able to kill an elder of the Dewey sect with his origin emperor cultivation, and a 4-star source, level 1 at that. Once news of this spread, it would cause quite a stir even in the central region's border, let alone them. A moment later, Luo Cheng and the others finally recovered from their shock. After hearing Wu-Du's words, the determination in their hearts toward Xiao Yan's group grew a little deeper. Just imagine how Xiao Yan was able to create such a shocking battle result with his origin emperor cultivation. Just how frightening would he be if he truly grew up in the future? Now that they thought about it, their choice was not wrong. May I know who sect Master Wu is referring to? My Heavenly Cloud Villa has never welcomed outsiders, and no outsiders have entered our villa recently. If sect Master Wu believes that someone from my villa has offended you based on your words, you are really trying to add fuel to the fire. Luo Qing chuckled icily, but his words instantly caused Wu Du's expression to turn ugly as the Genesis Qi in his body began to surge violently. What a good, adding fuel to the fire. Luo Qing, do you really think that I am afraid of your Heavenly Cloud Villa? I believe that both you and I are well aware of this matter. It's fine if you hand them over today, but if you don't, you will be making an enemy of my Dui sect. Think carefully. Hee, sect Master Wu must be joking. Hasn't our relationship always been like this? As for the people you want, my villa doesn't have them, so what do you want us to do? Luo Qing smiled faintly when he heard this. He had already expected such a situation. Since Wu Du had personally said it, there was naturally nothing to be surprised about. However, a ferocious expression surfaced on Wu Du's originally gloomy face after he heard these words. The aura within his body involuntarily churned as he spoke in an extremely deep voice. Luo Qing, are you trying to start a war with my Dui sect? Sect Master Wu, whether we start a war or not is up to you, but what I can tell you is that if the Dui sect wants to start a war with my Heavenly Cloud Villa, we will accept the challenge. Wu Du's words had just sounded when Luo Qing's cold and domineering voice caused his face to turn green. The fury in his heart flourished even more. His entire body involuntarily trembled slightly. It was a long while later before he laughed out of extreme anger and said, Brother Luo Qing, I will not let you off. Ha 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 ha, good, very good. Luo Qing, since you aren't willing to hand them over, then wait for my Dui sect's anger. Killing my Dui sect's elder and bringing along my sect's holy maiden. This matter will not be settled so easily. Wu Du finally turned around with a furious smile on his face after the sinister and cold laughter sounded. At the same time, his gaze swept over Luo Qing's group. He looked at the large city below and snorted furiously. Immediately, he waved his sleeve, turned around and left. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared at the edge of one's sight. The anxious emotions in Luo Qing's heart slowly relaxed after seeing Wu Du leave. Although Luo Xiong and the rest were present, the other party was after all an origin venerate expert. It was naturally unavoidable for Luo Qing to feel nervous. Fortunately, he had managed to send this fellow away. Soon after, Xiao Yan rushed into the air and arrived beside Luo Qing. He looked in the direction that Wu Du had left in, and cupped his hands together respectfully towards Luo Qing's group while feeling a grave feeling in his heart. I have to thank all of you elders this time. It's a small matter. Fortunately, you did not appear earlier. Otherwise, this matter would not have been resolved so easily. Luo Qing smiled faintly when he heard this. He gently waved his hand and said, Don't be happy too early. This matter is far from over. From the tone of Wu Du's last words, this matter is likely heading towards the worst outcome. Everyone should be mentally prepared. Luo Qing's laughter had just sounded when First Elder Luo Xiong's solemn words were spat out. The hearts of everyone present, which had just sunk, were once again raised at this moment. Chapter 1328. Over the next few days, Heavenly Cloud Villa became much calmer. The disturbance caused by the Tai E star plate had yet to subside, but after the incident with Wu Du, many people in Heavenly Cloud Villa understood that a huge storm was coming. This caused many people to quieten down, and the atmosphere in the city also became somewhat oppressive. At some point, the news of Xiao Yan and the other outsiders entering the villa spread like wildfire. Only now did the people in Heavenly Cloud Villa know that Wu Du had not come to ask for people without reason. Immediately, some people began to think about this group of people. I say, our Heavenly Cloud Villa and the Dui sect originally minded our own business. Why do we need to go against the Dui sect for these few people? The Dui sect has the support of an origin venerate like Wu Du. Don't tell me there's an origin venerate expert among these few people. Heh, what origin venerate expert? The strongest among them is only a 2-star origin emperor. There are plenty of such experts in the central region. Compared to the Dui sect, they are like flies. Is there a need for the Villa Master to go against the Dui sect for these few people? Isn't it? Shut up. Be careful of your words. Outside the manor, a few young people were sitting in a circle, chatting casually. A middle-aged man who passed by suddenly scolded when he heard it. He immediately scared these few people to shut their mouths. After that, he glanced at these few young juniors faintly. There was a hint of disappointment in his eyes. The strongest among them was only an origin transformation expert. Not only did they not use their time to cultivate, but they were also mocking and ridiculing an origin emperor. If it weren't for their youthful vigor, he would definitely have scolded them. Seeing that these few people had fled from his sight, the middle-aged man curled his lips. Immediately, he walked into the manor. After a short while, he saw the manor head of Tianyun Villa, Luo Cheng, in a large hall. Villa Master, everything has been settled. Seeing Luo Cheng, the middle-aged man cupped his fists respectfully and said respectfully. Yes, it's been hard on you. I'll have to trouble you to control them over the next few days and stop them from saying anything they shouldn't say. At this time, no one can be disloyal. Luo Cheng nodded and said softly. When the middle-aged man heard this, he immediately nodded respectfully. However, immediately after, he raised his head with a suspicious expression and looked at Luo Cheng. He hesitated for a moment before saying, after a moment of hesitation, he said, Villa Master, could it be that the Great Star Plate is really because, I know that you all have your suspicions. To appease. Dui sect. B. Luo Cheng's tone became dignified and domineering once again when he reached the end of his sentence. The middle-aged man's face stiffened when he heard that. He nodded heavily, bowed, and left. Under Luo Cheng's deliberate arrangement, all the negative news related to Xiao Yan's group within the Heavenly Cloud Villa was suppressed. At the same time, another piece of news that shocked everyone within the Heavenly Cloud Villa was once again spread. The reason why the Greater Star Plate was able to enter the Heavenly Cloud Saint Weapon ranking was because of Xiao Yan's group. Many people's expressions changed when they heard that. No one believed that an outsider could possess such ability. However, with the silence of the upper echelons of Heavenly Cloud Villa, the number of people who had an opinion about this matter gradually decreased. In addition to Luo Cheng's suppression, Xiao Yan's group quickly gained the support of many people in the villa. Luo Cheng supported them in his heart, but he also had his doubts. After all, Xiao Yan was only an origin emperor. His cultivation was not considered strong in the middle region. Luo Cheng did not know if it was right to put the fate of the entire Heavenly Cloud Villa on him because of the Greater Star Plate. It had to be said that it was a huge gamble to use the entire Heavenly Cloud Villa as a wager for Xiao Yan. In Luo Ao's courtyard, Xiao Yan came according to the agreement to retrieve the heavy Xian Buster Sword and Luo Tian Cauldron. Both of them had been completely restored. This could be considered as settling one of the matters in Xiao Yan's heart. On the other side, Luo Cheng was sitting in a large hall with a frown. Beside him was First Elder Luo Xiong. In front of the two of them, an elder was reporting the news about the Dui sect that he had recently investigated. According to the information that he had found, the Dui sect had been consolidating the experts in the sect. It was not difficult to see that they were preparing for a tough battle. As for who their opponent was, it was needless to say. From the looks of it, Xiao Yan's group was still very attractive to the Dui sect. Whether it was the fact that Xiao Yan had killed the upper echelons of the sect or the two woeful poison bodies, it was enough to make them go crazy. It seemed that the Heavenly Cloud Villa was not the only one in this gamble. Even the Dui sect itself was involved in this gamble. First Elder, what do you think? After hesitating for a moment, Luo Cheng smiled and looked at Luo Xiong, who was beside him. There was a look of determination in his eyes. Since Villa Master has already come to a conclusion, why do you need to ask me? If the Dui sect really does not put our Heavenly Cloud Villa in their eyes, then we have to tell them that our heavenly cloud villa is not afraid of them. If they want to fight, then let's fight. After Luo Xiong finished speaking, Luo Qing smiled and stood up. His gaze fell on the elder, who was standing in front of him, and said, "Elder Luo Zhen, do you understand?" Hearing this, Luo Zhen quickly bowed and cupped his fist, saying, "Understood. I will go and gather the experts in the villa and inform everyone to prepare for battle." When he said these words, Luo Zhen's old eyes also revealed a fiery look. The heavenly cloud villa had been quiet for a long time. Now, they had to let the people of the central region understand that their heavenly cloud villa was still one of the top factions in the central region. In the next few days, the heavenly cloud villa still appeared to be calm. However, under this calmness, there was an intense undercurrent. Everyone knew that this was just the prelude to the arrival of the storm. Even though it was short, it also caused people to be terrified. Although the Due East sect and the heavenly cloud villa were thousands of miles apart, the two had already formed a tit-for-tat relationship. At the same time, this also attracted the attention of some people in the outside world. While these two factions were preparing for each other, outside the Due East sect, two people unexpectedly came. Chapter 1329. While the heavenly cloud villa and the Due East sect were making their own preparations, Xiao Yan, who was in the heavenly cloud villa, was not idle either. During this period of time, his cultivation had completely stabilized at the level of a 2-star origin emperor. The cultivation of Bai Hua and the others had also made progress. Ever since he had witnessed Wu Du's strength that day, Xiao Yan had gained a deeper understanding of the Dui sect. As one of the 4 great factions and a powerful sect that possessed an origin venerate, it was not difficult to imagine how terrifying the Dui sect was. Even though he had the help of the heavenly cloud villa this time, if Xiao Yan did not make sufficient preparations, he would be completely defeated in this battle in the middle region. Xiao Yan turned his attention back to his 9 avatars while feeling a solemn feeling in his heart when he thought of this. His cultivation had temporarily stabilized and would not be able to make any progress in a short period of time. His Do skills and agility still needed time to practice, so it would also be difficult for him to make any progress. In comparison, the 9 rotation doppelgangers technique had much more room for improvement. With Xiao Yan's current wealth, it would not be difficult for him to accumulate the cultivation of his 9 doppelgangers in a short period of time. If he was lucky enough to break through to the origin emperor level, it would be a great help. Xiao Yan's body was seated cross-legged on the bed within the dormitory. Both of his eyes were tightly shut. Majestic spiritual strength surged out of his body and transformed into 9 incarnations. At this moment, there was a large pile of spirit stones in front of each of the incarnations. Waves of majestic energy swiftly flowed into the bodies of the incarnations as the chi methods within the bodies of the 9 incarnations swiftly circulated. The bodies of the 9 incarnations also became increasingly real. After several days of crazy absorption, more than half of the mountain of spirit stones in Xiao Yan's storage ring had been consumed. There was no lack of middle-grade spirit stones among them, which were treasured by Xiao Yan. However, he did not dare to be stingy in order to increase the cultivation of his 9 doppelgangers. Under the indiscriminate bombardment of spirit stones, the cultivation of his 9 doppelgangers finally broke through to the 9-star origin king level. However, at the same time, the speed at which his 9 doppelgangers absorbed Genesis Chi had greatly decreased. In fact, their demand for Genesis Chi had also increased. In the end, just as the spirit stones in Xiao Yan's storage ring were about to be completely exhausted, the absorption of Genesis Chi by the 9 doppelgangers finally stopped. Their cultivation stagnated at the peak of the origin king level, unable to make any progress. The cultivation of his 9 doppelgangers had stagnated. This sudden change naturally caused Xiao Yan to be greatly alarmed. However, after some searching, Xiao Yan found that this was the result. Although the 9 Revolutions doppelgangers art could create 9 doppelgangers that were comparable to one's cultivation, it was still a human class Do skill. It was already not easy for the doppelgangers to reach the origin king level. The peak of the origin king level was the limit of the 9 Revolutions doppelgangers art. This also meant that the strength of his 9 doppelgangers could no longer increase. Xiao Yan felt rather helpless in this regard. Who would have thought that such a problem would occur just as the Dewey sect was about to invade? As a result, Xiao Yan's overall strength would be affected to a certain extent. This was undoubtedly bad news. Hugh, in front of the bed, Xiao Yan let out a long breath of turbid air that had been suppressed in his chest. His eyes rapidly flickered in thought. Since the strength of his 9 doppelgangers had been suppressed, the only trump cards he could hope for were those powerful Do skills. While Xiao Yan's group was waiting for the Dewey sect to arrive within the Tianyun villa, 3 human figures were standing in front of a cave that was surrounded by golden light deep within the endless empty space in the northern sky. Cuckoo, not bad. A 6-star origin sect. You are much stronger than I had expected. Looks like you have gained quite a lot from the dragon cave. The old man in a golden robe looked at the handsome blonde young man in front of him with a smile. The satisfaction in his eyes became stronger. This also caused the other person on the side to laugh continuously. In this regard, the blonde young man scratched his head at a loss. Then, he quickly recovered as if he had thought of something. His gaze returned to the old man in front of him and he hurriedly said, "Brother, I'm sorry. Tribe leader, you once promised this junior that if this junior's cultivation stepped into the origin sect, you would allow me to leave the dragon tribe. Now, you brat. This old man has painstakingly nurtured you for so long. Why is it that you are actually thinking of that brat the moment you just came out of the dragon cave?" Before the young man's voice sounded, it was quickly interrupted by the old man's mocking laughter. The person he was referring to was naturally Xiao Yan. The golden-haired young man in front of him at this moment was Xiao Jin, who he had taken away from Xiao Yan's side back then. After so many years, Xiao Jin had also changed greatly. Not only had it transformed into a human form, but its cultivation had also stepped into the Source Zone class. If one were to really talk about it, this speed was much more frightening even when compared to Xiao Yan. Of course, this was naturally due to the various rare resources of the dragon tribe. At the same time, it was also inseparable from Xiao Jin's hard work. Xiao Jin could not help but smile in embarrassment when he heard the old man's mocking laughter. Soon after, he turned his expectant gaze towards the old man. The old man could not help but smile bitterly and shake his head when he saw Xiao Jin's pitiful appearance. He could only laugh and scold Xiao Jin for being an ingrate. He then said, "That brat is currently in the central region. If you want to go over, I will get Long Lin to accompany you." Xiao Jin's expression changed drastically when he heard this. This also caused the old man in front of him to involuntarily exchange glances with Long Lin. The latter helplessly shook his head. After which, he looked towards Xiao Jin and gently raised his head. "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Jin immediately followed behind Long Lin. The two of them flew towards a certain dark void one after another. Behind them, the old man looked at the backs of the two of them and couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Then, he slowly took a deep breath, frowned, and muttered to himself, "I wonder if my Xiao Jin is stronger than the dragon girl from the purple gold dragon tribe." The old man's turbid eyes flickered with some anticipation. After many days, the Du AI sect finally began to move again. The mighty group arrived outside the heavenly cloud villa in a manner that covered the sky. At this moment, the villa chief, Luo Cheng, led the 7 heroes of the Luo clan and a group of elders to wait for the arrival of the Du AI sect. When the formation that covered the sky above the city was opened from the inside, a group that contained a powerful foundation also appeared in front of the eyes of the experts from the Du AI sect. This time around, Xiao Yan's group was surprisingly among them. Other than Lian, even the little fairy doctor was present. They knew that Luo Cheng's words the last time could not deceive Wu Du, otherwise, the latter would not have come to attack with such great fanfare. Hence, he would definitely face the battle today head-on. Chapter 1330. In the heavenly cloud villa, countless people were dumbfounded as they stared at the figures that filled the sky outside the city. Boundless and astonishing poisonous fog continuously surged out from the bodies of these people, rapidly enveloping the sky above the heavenly cloud villa like dark clouds. The originally bright light in the city had also become somewhat dim at this moment. The golden runes carved on the city walls also emitted waves of golden light at this moment, as if they had predicted something, resisting the poisonous fog that was gradually spreading over the city. Are all these people from the Dewey sect? They're really generous. They're all here for Xiao Yan and the others? It's not just Xiao Yan and the others. My Heavenly Cloud Villa has always been at odds with the Dewey sect. Although Xiao Yan and the others are one side, this battle is also a suppression of my Heavenly Cloud Villa. There's no need to think about such useless things. The city below fell into an uproar as they stared at the black mass of people in the sky. Although there were still many people who blamed Xiao Yan and the others for this battle, there were naturally many who truly understood the reason. They weren't fools. They naturally knew how the Dewey sect did things. This battle didn't just concern the safety of Xiao Yan and the others. The poisonous mist that surged and spread outside the city was like a huge, pitch-black hand. However, the moment it came into contact with the city wall, it was instantly repelled by the formation on the wall. Streaks of golden light surged out from the formation and shot into the poisonous mist. Only when the mist was repelled 100 meters away did it gradually come to a stop. Luo Cheng, hand over the saintess of my sect and the few rascals who killed our elders. We still have room to turn this matter around. Otherwise, today will be the day of your Heavenly Cloud Villa's destruction. While everyone in the city was alarmed by the layers of poison mist in the sky, an elderly voice filled with a domineering aura rang out from the crowd outside the city like the chime of a bell amidst the vigorous Genesis chi. In the end, it clearly rang out in everyone's ears. Saintess? Saintess of the Dewey sect. Doesn't that mean the woeful poison body? To think that the saintess of the Dewey sect is in my Heavenly Cloud Villa. No wonder the Dewey sect has mobilized so many people. There were naturally quite a number of people in the city who were aware of the rumors about the Holy Lady of the Dewey sect. However, after hearing the old voice, they finally understood in their hearts. It was unexpected that the Holy Lady of the Dewey sect would actually appear in their Heavenly Cloud Villa. In that case, this matter was likely not small, unless Luo Cheng would really hand over these people. However, the reality was that Luo Cheng would not do so. A couple of purple-robed figures slowly stepped through the air and walked over after the old voice sounded. They immediately paused in the empty space a short distance from Luo Cheng's group. Their indifferent gazes swept over everyone on the other side. Finally, their gazes paused on the black-robed Xiao Yan beside Luo Cheng. The expression on their old faces also became gloomy. The three people leading the group were the Su Shuang trio who had chased after Xiao Yan's group. Beside them, besides a few powerful Dewey sect elders, there was also a figure wrapped in a black robe. Although his face couldn't be seen clearly, he gave Xiao Yan an inexplicable pressure. This caused the latter's expression to change slightly. Su Shuang, since you have brought so many people to my Heavenly Cloud Villa, your aim is already extremely clear. Why do you need to say such laughable words? There will be a fight between us sooner or later. Since your Dewey sect can't wait any longer, my Heavenly Cloud Villa will accompany you. If you want the people, come and get them yourself. Luo Cheng merely laughed disdainfully in the face of Su Shuang's threatening words. His body suddenly shook after his words sounded. A surging powerful aura also surged out from within his body, forming an invisible energy wave that swept towards Su Shuang's group. At the same time that the aura within Luo Cheng's body swept outwards, Su Shuang's group also took half a step forward. Waves after waves of powerful auras gushed out from their bodies in all directions, easily blocking the invisible wave that was heading towards them. Since Villa Master Luo has said so, we won't hold back today. Attack and take them down. With a low cry, the expression on Su Shuang's old face instantly became gloomy. He waved his shriveled hand violently and his body shot forward. At the same time, the Dewey sect elders behind him also responded in unison. Luo Cheng laughed mockingly. He stomped his foot heavily in the air and a circle of golden light immediately spread under his feet. It quickly covered his body and formed a layer of formation. Get into formation and face the enemy. With an order, Luo Cheng immediately led the group of experts from Heavenly Cloud Villa and charged forward. A dazzling golden light burst out from their bodies. At the same time, they quickly formed a seal with their hands. Mysterious and strange runes quickly swept out and formed various formations around them. They violently collided with Su Shuang's group. A great battle was about to begin. Behind them, the 7 heroes of the Luo clan stood upright. They didn't care about the battle circle where Gu Luo Cheng and the others were. Their opponent was Wu Du. Hee, the 7 heroes of the Luo clan, I've only heard of your names in the past, but I've never had the chance to fight with you. Today, the opportunity has finally come. However, today is destined to be the day of your death. As the battle between the two sides began, all of the experts above the Origin Emperor level in the sky clashed together. Only at this moment did the empty space in front of the 7 heroes of the Luo clan suddenly distort slowly, and Wu Du's figure appeared. The corner of Wu Du's mouth was lifted into a cold smile as his gaze swept over the 7 heroes of the Luo clan. He would definitely win today's battle. Not only would he bring Xiao Yan's group back, but the Heavenly Cloud Villa would also suffer a calamity today. Sect Master Wu is right. The 7 of us haven't fought against an Source Venerate powerhouse for many years. Today, let us see how strong the so-called Sect Master of the Du-Yi sect is. Luo Xiong, who was the leader of the 7, smiled coldly. The 7 of them tacitly took half a step forward. Powerful auras immediately swept out from their bodies. At the same time, a fierce golden light condensed on the surface of the 7 people's bodies. They relied on each other and merged into one, causing the aura emitted from the 7 of them to become even more tyrannical. It was close to that of an Origin Venerable. Humph, the so-called 7 heroes of the Luo clan don't differentiate between each other. Although your attainments in array techniques are quite high, it's still difficult for the 7 of you to contend against me. Take out the greater 1-star disc. I know that the reason why the 7 heroes of the Luo clan are so famous is because of the greater 1-star disc. Unfortunately, the expression on Wu Du's face suddenly stiffened while he was coldly smiling as he stared at the greater 1-star plate that Luo Xiong had taken out from his storage ring. He looked at the smooth and perfect white jade formation plate in Luo Xiong's hand. The words that were about to reach his mouth instantly became sluggish. The originally disdainful expression in his eyes gradually turned into shock and disbelief. Haha, sorry to disappoint you. The greater 1-star disc has been restored. The current greater 1-star disc is a true grade 9 array disc. At the same time, a dazzling golden light swept out from Luo Xiong's palm in an earth-shattering manner. Chapter 1331. When the golden light in Luo Xiong's palm swept out, numerous seemingly solid energy light pillars shot out from the array disc. Golden light flickered, forming numerous mysterious runes in the sky above the Heavenly Cloud Villa. Numerous huge golden light clusters gathered in the void, intertwining with each other until they enveloped the entire Heavenly Cloud Villa. Only then did they gradually stop. In the end, a large sky-covering array was finally formed. A vast aura and pressure surged out from the array. The power of this pressure was not any weaker than Wu Du's. Is this the power of a grade 9 array disc? It's truly terrifying. Xiao Yan stood within the formation. He sensed the frightening aura and pressure that lingered around him. The expression on his face involuntarily changed once again. It was indeed worthy of being a rank 9 formation plate. This aura was really frightening. With the cultivation of Luo Xiong's group as a source zone, they were actually able to agglomerate a frightening aura that was comparable to an Yuan Zun expert. It was difficult to imagine just how great the strength that the Great Star Plate would display would be if an Yuan Zun were to agglomerate and control it. Humph, it's already been repaired. Wu Du's expression could not help but turn grave when he saw the terrifying array that enveloped the entire Heavenly Cloud Villa. Putting aside the 7 heroes of the Luo clan, he had naturally heard of the Greater Star Plate's reputation. If a grade 9 array disc was to release its true power, it would be a terrifying existence that could contend against an Origin Saint expert. Although the person controlling it was only at the Origin Ancestor level, the power of this array could not be underestimated. The reason why an array disc was so terrifying was firstly because of the person controlling it. Secondly, it was because the array disc itself contained powerful energy. Once this energy was released, even an Origin Venerate expert would have to temporarily avoid it. Furthermore, the array disk in front of Wudu was a grade 9 array disk. Wudu, let's see whether you, a source venerate, are more powerful, or whether the Luo Shi clan's guardian array is stronger. The cry from Luo Xiong's mouth had just sounded when the 7 figures in the sky swiftly spread apart. Each of them stood at a different part of the formation and guarded it. As the Genesis Qi and spiritual strength were continuously poured in, the aura of the formation became increasingly terrifying. However, Xiao Yan was surprised to see Wu Du's expression gradually recover in the face of such a powerful response from the 7 heroes of the Luo clan. The corner of his mouth was even lifted into a cold smile. This caused an uneasy feeling to involuntarily surge into Xiao Yan's heart. When the power within the array reached a certain critical point, Wu Du let out a mocking chuckle. His indifferent gaze slowly swept across the 7 people one by one. In the end, he glanced at Xiao Yan and the others before he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Luo Xiong, the greater star plate has been restored. Luo Xiong, I am really surprised that the Tai E star plate can be repaired. However, I have already said that if we don't fight today, it will be the end of Heavenly Cloud Villa. This has never changed." After the dark and cold words from Wu Du's mouth sounded, he suddenly clapped his hands. The rhythmic clapping reverberated across the sky. The empty space beside his body suddenly became distorted. Soon after, a black-robed, gray-haired, old man appeared in the empty space. The expressions of the 7 heroes of the Luo clan in the formation changed drastically the moment this old man appeared. "Gue Luo." The moment the exclamation sounded, the majestic aura within the formation involuntarily surged. Countless people in the city below raised their heads to look at the human figures that had appeared once again in the sky. Their expressions were slightly startled, but soon after they heard the exclamations from the mouths of the 7 heroes of the Luo clan, the expressions on their faces turned into shock. "Gue Luo? Gue Luo, is he the deputy sect master of the Ghost Temple sect, Gue Luo? Why has he also come? This guy's cultivation has already stepped into the Origin Venerate level a few years ago. He is a famous Origin Venerate expert in the central region. Why has he been dragged into the matter between my Heavenly Cloud Villa and the Dui sect today? The situation is not good. If Gue Luo and the Dui sect join hands, then the Dui sect will have 2 Origin Venerates on their side. Won't my Heavenly Cloud Villa be in danger?" Gue Luo's appearance immediately caused an uproar in the city below. The emotions of many people could not help but become tense, including the 7 heroes of the Luo clan, Luo Cheng and the rest. They were also unable to imagine that the Ghost Temple sect would actually participate in the dispute between the 2 parties. At this moment, Xiao Yan's originally solemn expression had become much gloomier after hearing the discussions of everyone in the city below. Since he was a member of the Ghost Slaughter Gate, he naturally understood why this Gue Luo would appear in this place. "Gue Luo, the Ghost Temple sect has never interfered in the dispute between my Heavenly Cloud Villa and the Dui sect. I never imagined that you would actually take action on behalf of the Dui sect today." Luo Xiong's expression was grave. Who would have thought that the Ghost Temple sect would actually intervene in such a great battle? Since this was the case, Heavenly Cloud Villa's situation was not good. TSK, First Elder has misunderstood. My Ghost Temple sect will not interfere in the matter between your 2 clans. I have only come this time for Xiao Yan. He is the person that our sect master has named to capture. Since he has come to the central region and I am aware of it, I naturally have the obligation to bring him back. If anyone tries to stop me, I will have no choice but to offend them. Once these words were spoken, the expressions of the Luo clan members, whether they were in the city below or in the sky, were immediately filled with shock. Many people's gazes involuntarily fell on Xiao Yan. It was hard to imagine that a mere Origin Emperor would actually cause the Vice Sect Master of the Ghost Temple sect to personally take action to capture him. This was simply too sensational. At this moment, the hearts of the Luo clan members could not help but waver once again. If there was only one Source Venerate expert present, Wu Du, then Heavenly Cloud Villa would naturally not have the slightest fear. However, Gue Luo's appearance had instantly tipped the situation in favor of the Dui sect. At this moment, if Heavenly Cloud Villa still stepped forward to protect Xiao Yan and his group, they had no doubt that Gue Luo would definitely join forces with Wu Du to deal with Heavenly Cloud Villa. At that time, even with the protection of the Greater One Star Plate, it would still be difficult for them to defeat two Source Venerates. The outcome was obvious. To let go or not was another choice that Heavenly Cloud Villa had to make. At this moment, Xiaoyan's heart was also filled with dissatisfaction as he watched the scene on the battleground. He knew that getting the Heavenly Cloud Villa to take the risk and use the entire clan's strength to deal with the Dui sect was already extremely benevolent. It was really difficult to force them to make a choice now. At this moment, it was time for him to step forward. Xiaoyan let out a deep breath. He smiled bitterly as he glanced at the little fairy doctor and the others by his side. When he saw the bitter expression that was revealed on their faces, he nodded gently. He immediately turned to Luo Xiong's group, bowed, and said, "Many thanks for your care over the past few days. Today's matter originated from this junior and I should be the one to end it." Therefore, Xiaoyan's body suddenly turned before his voice sounded. He looked at Gue Luo, who was a short distance away. Murderous intent filled his eyes as the Genesis chi within his body suddenly surged out at this moment. "Let me face him." Chapter 1332. Boundless Genesis chi swarmed out of Xiaoyan's body as a stern cry was emitted from his mouth. An astonishing aura soared into the sky, appearing rather extraordinary. Your aura is not bad, but your strength is too weak. You're ultimately just an origin emperor. You overestimate yourself if you want to show off in front of this sovereign." Gue Luo coldly chuckled when he saw Xiaoyan's reaction. The light in his sinister old eyes grew even colder. What's the big deal about bullying a junior? Why don't you let this old man face you instead?" However, just as Gue Luo was coldly laughing, an unhurried old voice sounded from an unknown place and slowly resounded beside everyone's ears. At the same time, the expression on Gue Luo's old face immediately became gloomy. "Huazhu, you're like a ghost that won't go away. I can't believe you followed us." Gue Luo's hoarse and deep voice slowly came out from his mouth. When his voice fell, the expressions of everyone who heard these words could not help but change. It was hard to imagine that the battle between Heavenly Cloud Villa and Dui's sect would actually attract such an expert. It could be said that this was the first time in 100 years that something like this had happened. Immediately after, the space beside Xiaoyan suddenly began to distort. As a blazing aura spread, the figure of an old man in white robes appeared in the sky. The moment the old man appeared, the heavenly fire in Xiaoyan's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Xiaoyan's pitch-black eyes were completely fixed on the old man beside him. The strange state of the heavenly fire allowed him to instantly discover the old man's identity. There were only two possibilities for the heavenly fire in his body to go berserk. Either the old man had refined a heavenly fire like him, or he was the spirit of a heavenly fire. The heavenly fire in the world had long turned into a spirit. Besides him, it was impossible for anyone else to refine a heavenly fire. In other words, the old man before him, little friend, there's no need to be surprised. The fate between you and me has long been determined. Today, we've met, and it's also reasonable. If there's anything else, we'll talk about it later. As for now, let's focus on this group of people first." Huazhu merely smiled faintly when he saw the shocked expression that was revealed on Xiaoyan's face. He immediately turned his gaze and looked at the 7 heroes of the Luo clan behind him, who were in the formation. He smiled and nodded as he said, "I've long heard of the fame of the Luo clan's 7 heroes. You are indeed extraordinary. Leave Gue Luo to me. As for Wu Du, I'll have to trouble you guys." Huazhu cupped his hands to the few of them in a courteous manner as he spoke. Luo Xiong and the others hurriedly returned the greeting when they saw this. Huazhu's appearance at such a moment had already exceeded their expectations. Moreover, from the way he treated Xiaoyan, it seemed that he had a good impression of him. This involuntarily caused them to feel some doubt in their hearts. Just when had Xiaoyan become acquainted with such an expert? When Huazhu appeared, there was a commotion in the city below. Uproar after uproar sounded one after another. Huazhu is the first elder of the Celestial Cloud sect. Even he has come today. From the looks of it, he should be here for Gui Luo. The Celestial Cloud sect and the Ghost Temple sect have always been at loggerheads. First Elder Huazhu has quite a bit of prestige in the sect and is very strong. It's said that Elder Huazhu once fought with the sect master of the Ghost Temple sect. Although the outcome of the battle was not decided, he is not someone that the vice sect master, Gui Luo, can compare to. With him taking action today, it seems that Gui Luo will be at his wit's end. When everyone saw Huazhu appear, their tensed hearts relaxed. If they could obtain Huazhu's help, the Heavenly Cloud Manor would have 2 source venerables. This way, the situation would be equal again and there would naturally be nothing to worry about. Huazhu, you were the one who stirred up the situation last time, causing this brat to be at death's door until now. If you dare to intervene again today, do you really want to shed all pretense of cordiality with my Ghost Temple sect? When he saw Huazhu's appearance, the fury in Gui Luo's heart grew even denser. On the other hand, Xiao Yan immediately recalled the matter that had occurred in the extreme south back then. Although he did not know about it at that time, he knew that 2 mysterious experts had taken action because of him. Now that he heard Gui Luo's words, he finally understood that the 2 mysterious experts who had intervened back then were Gui Luo and Huazhu. This thought flew in his heart. Connecting it to the fallen heart flame that had been extracted from his body, it was not difficult for Xiao Yan to guess that Elder Huazhu's actual body was undoubtedly the fallen heart flame. Cuckoo, brat, now is not the time to be distracted. Although the old me can help you delay Gui Luo, you will have to deal with the remaining people by yourself. Huazhu smiled slightly and reminded Xiao Yan as he glanced at the somewhat absent-minded Xiao Yan. Immediately, his body shook and he left behind an afterimage on the spot. His actual body had already appeared in the empty space in front of Gui Luo. Gui Luo, let's settle this between the both of us today. The cry had just sounded when the 2 human figures collided. On the other side, Luo Cheng and the group of elders from the Heavenly Cloud Villa had once again collided with the experts from the Dui sect. At the same time, the gazes of the 7 heroes of the Luo clan also landed on Wudu on the opposite side. The expression in their eyes became increasingly cold. While Xiao Yan's gaze was surveying the area, a human figure wrapped in a black robe suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Yan. The human figure slowly raised his head, revealing a pair of scarlet eyes that were hidden behind a mask under the black robe. Xiao Yan was initially startled when he saw those eyes. Immediately, he curled his mouth and laughed coldly. So it is Hall Chief Xiao. Why have you come today? Have you come to die? Although Xiao Yan had merely glanced at him, his strange eyes allowed him to recognize the person in front of him at a glance. He was surprisingly that Hall Chief Xiao, who had been rescued by Gui Luo after the battle in the extreme south back then. It was unexpected that this fellow was actually still alive and standing in this place. TSK 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 TSK, sharp-tongued brat. The reason why I failed the last time was due to this Hall Chief's carelessness. This time around, however, this Hall Chief will personally deal with you. I want to see just how you will escape from my palm. Hall Chief Xiao smiled faintly. His feet slowly took a step forward. Waves of strange black fog scattered from under the black robe while a powerful aura also spread out from within his body. For Star Origin Sect? Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows and a surprised expression was revealed on his face. He did not expect that this fellow would actually be lucky enough to make a breakthrough in his cultivation after the previous battle. However, even if this was the case, he was still not within Xiao Yan's range of threat. Today, this Hall Chief will avenge my previous humiliation. Chapter 1333. The expression on Xiao Yan's face involuntarily became a little strange when he heard Hall Chief Xiao's words. Although he did not know why Tang Long had died, the current Xiao Yan understood one thing. After his cultivation had broken through to the level of a 2-star origin emperor, if he were to unleash the angry Buddha lotus flame with all his strength, it was likely that a 4-star origin sect would not be able to withstand it. Hence, even though Hall Chief Xiao had already broken through, it did not pose much of a pressure to him. Since Hall Chief Xiao is so confident, let us decide who is stronger between us today. Xiao Yan curled his mouth and smiled. He rotated his hand and his 5 fingers clenched. An enormous dark black ruler also appeared in his palm. A thought passed through his mind and a fierce flame covered the ruler with a bang sound. The temperature of the place suddenly rose the moment the flame rose. The originally cool and comfortable air instantly became much hotter. Even the churning poison clouds in the distant sky involuntarily rolled back a little. The might of a heavenly flame was obvious. Hall Chief Xiao coldly snorted when he saw this. His large black robe suddenly swayed and a dark black fog swiftly spread. A wave of crashing metallic sounds was emitted from the black fog. Immediately, a couple of chains with strange black fog around them shot out from the black fog like poisonous snakes. They lingered around Hall Chief Xiao's body and stared at Xiao Yan like living creatures. "TSK, TSK, TSK, this time around, I will definitely not allow you to escape." Hall Chief Xiao laughed in a dark and cold manner. The dark black chains lingering around his body suddenly trembled as the black fog surged. They immediately transformed into numerous dark black lightning bolts that shot towards Xiao Yan in a straight line. At the same time, Xiao Yan held the heavy ruler in his hand. His dark black eyes did not allow any emotion to fluctuate. His eyes were indifferent as he stared at the chains that were shooting over. His feet gently took a step to the side. Soon after, a black lightning bolt directly penetrated through the empty space beside him. Clang! The enormous ruler in Xiao Yan's hand was suddenly lifted at the same time. The broad blade of the ruler directly knocked against the lower end of the chains, emitting a clear, clang sound. Sparks shot out and the strange black fog lingering over the chains swiftly melted like snow. The chains were also forced back. Xiao Yan did not pause after sending a chain flying. He flipped his wrist and the enormous ruler in his hand swiftly danced. With just a couple of simple moves, he had forced back those chains that had shot over. The expression in Hall Chief Xiao's scarlet eyes involuntarily solidified. Immediately, it turned into a cold laugh. Both of his hands were swiftly lifted. His 10 fingers were linked together as a seal was swiftly formed. At the same time, over 10 black-colored chains shot out from the black fog that lingered around him. They entwined with a couple of chains and transformed into an enormous metal net that covered Xiao Yan from all directions. Soul-binding net. With a soft sound, the enormous chain iron net had already covered Xiao Yan's body. It was just like a cage that trapped him within it. At the same time, waves of dense black fog surged out from each chain. They transformed into a large bloody mouth that pounced at Xiao Yan's body. 6-joint body flowing ruler. Xiao Yan's expression turned cold as he swept a glance at the pitch-black chains that surrounded him. At the same time, he let out a low cry and waved the heavy Xian ruler in his hand once again. Waves of fire covered Xiao Yan's body as the ruler swiftly flew. When the chain cage approached, the fire that rushed out from the ruler's blade would whiz and collide with the chains. The black fog would scatter, and the chains would be shaken back a little. This continued until the heavy Xian ruler and the chains completely collided. The giant ruler spun as the fire exploded. Only when the fire exploded at the point of collision with the chains did Xiao Yan take advantage of the momentum to furiously hack down with the giant ruler in his hand. He cut the chains apart and escaped from the cage. Huff, Xiao Yan gently exhaled. He looked at Hall Chief Xiao with some ridicule and grinned. "From the looks of it, your strength as a 4-star source ancestor is only so-so. You're courting death." Xiao Yan's words had just sounded when Hall Chief Xiao's expression immediately became gloomy. A dense sound was emitted as over a dozen dark black chains once again rushed out. They split into various directions and broke through the empty air with lightning-like speed as they targeted the fatal spots around Xiao Yan's body. A cold smile flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes as he looked at the dozen-plus chains that were once again shot over. A thought passed through his heart and the great Wei strength swiftly gathered in the empty space in front of him. At the same time, the spiritual strength between his brows suddenly swept out at this moment. The chains cut through space, leaving behind only Xiao Yan's afterimage. In the nearby space, Xiao Yan's figure slowly solidified. The moment he opened his eyes, the pitch-black chains shot towards him. He hurriedly circulated the Genesis chi in his body, narrowly dodging the chains one by one. As he flipped his body, flames rapidly gathered in his hands, transforming into a giant flaming ruler that collided with the chains once again. At the same time, on the city walls below, a black-robed figure slowly stepped out from the great Tao tent. He watched the chase in the sky with interest, a mocking smile on his face. That person was undoubtedly Xiao Yan. As for the Xiao Yan in the sky, whose cultivation was the same as his, he was the product of the 9 clones fusing into one. Although the cultivation of the 9 avatars ultimately stagnated at the peak of the Origin King class, it was fortunate that the cultivation of the avatars was comparable to Xiao Yan's current actual body after they merged into one. Of course, the difference was that their fighting strength was only a little weaker. However, they were still able to reach the stage where they could pass off as genuine. This caused an expert of Hall Chief Xiao's level to be unable to distinguish the real from the fake. However, while Xiao Yan was staring at the battle between the clones and Hall Chief Xiao in the sky, a black-robed figure was secretly staring at him in a certain forest shrouded in poisonous fog outside the city. The killing intent in his heart hadn't diminished in the slightest. It was Su Zhen. Being a disciple of the sect, he did not participate in today's battle. One of the reasons was to make it convenient for him to quietly act. The other reason was to prevent the upper echelons of the Du Yi sect from easily recognizing him. At this moment, Xiao Yan might have avoided Hall Chief Xiao's sight, but Su Zhen, who had been observing the situation of the battle from the sidelines, had noticed Xiao Yan's location at a glance. His heart involuntarily felt shocked when he saw that Xiao Yan actually possessed an incarnation with such a frightening cultivation. Fortunately, such a tactic would not be used on him. Now, the only thing he lacked was an opportunity. An opportunity to kill Xiao Yan by surprise. Chapter 1334. Great Tao of Ghosts. 100 Ghosts Devour the Soul. Hall Chief Xiao's tone was extremely dark and cold as he stood in the empty space. Clusters of strange black fog swiftly gathered around him, forming a couple of strange distorted black holes that covered Xiao Yan's body. However, one could hear the sound of chains rubbing against each other from within the black holes. Following a wave of dark and stern hissing sounds, a countless number of illusionary black ghosts suddenly rushed out from within the black holes. They were holding black chains in their hands. They carried an extremely dark and cold aura as they tore through the empty space and shot towards Xiao Yan at this moment. In response, Xiao Yan, who was surrounded, scrunched his brows in a frown. After several battles, the light on the giant flaming ruler in his hand had dimmed significantly, and there wasn't much Genesis chi left in his body. Even if Hall Master Xiao went all out, it would be difficult for Xiao Yan to withstand his attack. Although this was the case, a glint involuntarily flashed across Xiao Yan's dark black eyes. The corner of his mouth slowly lifted as he watched the countless ghost figures swiftly rushing over from around him and the increasingly flourishing blood-colored glow in Hall Master Xiao's eyes. In the next moment, he crazily maneuvered the remaining Genesis chi in his body in front of Hall Master Xiao's disbelieving eyes. His entire body swiftly swelled uncontrollably. Waves of berserk energy spilled out from all parts of his body, and cracks rapidly spread across his body. At the same time, Hall Master Xiao's expression changed drastically under the mask. He wants to self-destruct. Hall Master Xiao didn't dare to imagine that someone of Xiao Yan's character would be forced to such an extent. Based on what Ghost Hall knew, Xiao Yan had never done such a crazy thing in the past, no matter what kind of desperate situation he was in. Boom! This time around, before Hall Chief Xiao could discern the truth, an earth-shaking explosion resounded over the sky. A powerful energy storm swept over and destroyed Hall Chief Xiao's Do technique. The sky where the two of them were located was also shattered by this powerful energy storm. A countless number of ghostly figures were swept away in an instant. The Do technique was destroyed. At the same time that the latter was implicated, the energy storm that quickly followed once again sent his body flying. Under the attack of such a frightening energy, even with Hall Chief Xiao's cultivation, receiving this attack in his current condition was sufficient to cause him to pay a terrible price, even if he was not seriously injured. A countless number of gazes in the city looked at the frightening energy that swept apart in the sky. Their eyes were filled with shock. Their hearts had great disbelief that Xiao Yan would use the method of self-destructing to deal with Hall Master Zhao's attack. At this moment it was likely that only the little fairy doctor's group and Su Zhen, who was currently outside the city, clearly understood everything. On the other side, everyone in the battleground where Luo Cheng's group was located had also turned their gazes over because of this frightening explosion. Luo Cheng's group also felt an intense churning in their hearts when they saw the scene in front of them. They also did not dare to believe the scene in front of them. Only when they saw the calm expressions of the little fairy doctor's group did they appear to have understood something. After which, their gazes once again landed on Su Shuang's group in front of them. At this moment, the shocking energy storm in the sky slowly scattered. Hall Master Zhao's figure finally appeared in front of everyone once again. At this moment, Hall Master Zhao's black robe was completely shattered. Over half of the black fog that lingered over his body had also scattered, revealing a skinny firewood-like body. His dark black skin was covered with fresh blood. Numerous strange black symbols covered his entire body, emitting waves of strange light. It was also because of the existence of these symbols that he did not end up seriously injured from the explosion earlier. Cough, 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 cough. After a series of violent coughs, the corners of Hall Master Zhao's mouth curled into a cold smile under his mask. Xiao Yan had ultimately been defeated by him. Although Xiao Yan had died in the end, as long as he was not the one who killed Xiao Yan, the higher-ups would naturally not blame him. As for now, Hall Master Xiao sneered as he slowly lifted his gaze from the bottom to the top. After his gaze swept past a black figure, it immediately landed on the little fairy doctor's group. He was about to mobilize the remaining Genesis Qi in his body when the expression in his eyes suddenly changed. He hurriedly withdrew his gaze and saw an afterimage slowly dissipating on the walls of the Heavenly Cloud Villa. From the appearance of the afterimage, there was no doubt that it was Xiao Yan. That is, Xiao Yan? Seeing this scene, Palace Master Zhao's eyes suddenly narrowed. The moment shock rose in his heart, in the next second, a sharp sound of wind breaking suddenly resounded in the void in front of him. Palace Master Xiao could not care about his surroundings. While his emotions were tense, he stepped on the void and hurriedly retreated. Just as he was retreating, a strange figure appeared where he was just a moment ago. A fist wrapped in purple flames fiercely slammed into the void. As the fist fell, the invisible void immediately burst and collapsed. How was it? Did you have fun just now? A cold smile appeared on Xiao Yan's face when his fist missed. His figure trembled and disappeared again. When Hall Chief Xiao raised his head, he saw that Xiao Yan's figure had once again disappeared. A chill suddenly rose within his heart. He was really careless. The person who had exploded under the encirclement of the many ghost figures earlier was indeed not Xiao Yan. However, upon seeing Xiao Yan's frightening speed, it appeared that his overall strength had not been reduced by much. This caused Hall Chief Xiao to feel even more terrified. The two of them had clearly fought for hundreds of rounds. Why was it that Xiao Yan's fighting strength was still so powerful? Are you curious? Then let my fist tell you. Hall Master Zhao's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly stomped his feet in the air. His retreating figure came to an abrupt halt, and he hurriedly turned around with a horrified look on his face. He quickly raised his hands and gathered the Genesis Qi in his body in his palms. Then, a large cloud of black mist gushed out amidst the Genesis Qi and violently exploded. The ferocious shockwave formed by the explosion had yet to completely scatter when it was blocked by an invisible force. Behind it, there appeared to be an invisible wall. The next moment, a fist that was burning with a purple-colored flame was violently thrown out. It passed through the aftershock of the explosion in a powerful and overbearing manner and heavily smashed into the chest of Hall Chief Xiao. Boom! Hall Master Xiao released a hoarse scream from his throat, and his body was sent flying uncontrollably. Compared to a few months ago, you don't have the qualifications to be my opponent now. A low cry was emitted from Xiao Yan's throat. His feet suddenly stomped on the empty air as he quickly followed. His right fist was suddenly raised as his eyes stared intently at Hall Chief Xiao, who was in close proximity. The cold killing intent in his eyes was not hidden at all as it was revealed. At the same time, outside of the villa, Su Zhen had quietly adjusted the Genesis Qi within his body. His body quietly climbed onto the city wall. While everyone's attention was focused on Xiao Yan, the remaining poison within his body helped to cover his aura. Su Zhen swiftly gathered energy in his palm. A dark black curtain was quietly formed in the empty space in front of him. Chapter 1335. In the sky above the heavenly cloud villa, Xiao Yan was less than a meter away from Hall Master Xiao. His fist, which was burning with purple flames, fiercely streaked across the air. The whooshing sound of rushing wind resounded incessantly, and circle after circle of invisible ripples appeared in the air. Countless gazes gathered on Xiao Yan and Hall Master Xiao. Everyone held their breaths as they watched the distance between them shorten. Hall Master Xiao's heart was filled with fear. He didn't have time to mobilize the remaining Genesis Qi in his body, and his entire body was out of control because of Xiao Yan's punch. He could only helplessly watch as Xiao Yan's fist rapidly grew larger in his eyes. Fear rapidly rose from the bottom of his heart. No, 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 you can't kill me. I'm the Hall Master of Ghost Hall, a deacon of the Ghost Dune sect. If you kill me, the Ghost Dune sect will never let you establish yourself in the central region. A hoarse and unclear roar was hurriedly shouted from his throat. The hot flame had already caused the skin all over his body to feel an intense piercing pain. However, Xiao Yan did not care about it. His face carried ridicule as he laughed coldly and said in a cold voice, if I don't kill you, will you let me go? The strength that Xiao Yan's fist carried once again soared at the same time as the cold laughter sounded. Once this punch landed, Hall Chief Xiao would definitely die. However, it was also at this moment that a dark black tent swiftly formed in the empty space not far behind Xiao Yan. At the same time, the little fairy doctor was the first to notice the unusual situation behind Xiao Yan. The expression in her pretty eyes immediately solidified. The next moment, a human figure rushed out of the tent. The little fairy doctor's lovely body also rushed forward with lightning-like speed. Be careful, Xiao Yan. A worried cry suddenly rang out. Only then did everyone notice the black-robed figure that had suddenly appeared behind Xiao Yan. However, given Xiao Yan's current condition, it was impossible for him to respond in time. Even if Bai Hua and the others acted, it was already a step too late. Only the little fairy doctor had already charged forward the moment the black-robed figure appeared. If she was lucky, she might be able to stop the black-robed figure before he attacked Xiao Yan. However, with the fairy doctor's cultivation, it was clearly impossible for her to stop the Origin Emperor Su Zhen. Countless people's hearts instantly tensed up. Bai Hua and Luo Jin's figures shot forward. Even if they used their fastest speed, they were still unable to deal with the situation before them. In the blink of an eye, the black-robed figure had already appeared behind Xiao Yan. At the same time that Xiao Yan's fist smashed towards Hall Master Xiao, a white palm also violently slammed down on Xiao Yan's back. In order to kill Xiao Yan, Su Zhen had poured all of his strength into this palm. He was determined to kill Xiao Yan in one blow. The full power of a 6-star Origin Emperor's attack could be imagined. The white palm streaked through the air, and the powerful force turned the surrounding space into a vacuum. A concave arc was formed in front of the palm, and sonic booms continuously rang out. In the city below, countless people tensed up as they watched the scene in the sky. At the same time that the black-robed figure's palm violently slammed down, the distance between the white-robed figure and the two rapidly closed. Xiao Yan's emotions changed drastically when he saw the little fairy doctor charging forward without any regard for her own safety from the corner of his eye. The expression on his face also became completely gloomy at this moment. He used all of his strength to pull back his rapidly descending fist. Although he wanted to stop it, everything had already reached a point of no return. Even if Xiao Yan used all of his strength, his charging figure was destined to not be able to be stopped in time. In the next moment, Xiao Yan forcefully pulled back his fist that was about to land on Hall Master Zhao's chest. He stomped his feet violently in the air, and the space beneath his feet instantly shattered. His charging figure came to an abrupt halt. The black-robed figure's palm was only a moment away from Xiao Yan's back. However, it was also in this short moment that a white figure suddenly interposed between the two of them. She used her own body to block the black-robed figure's full-power attack for Xiao Yan. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled explosion, the black-robed figure's full-power attack was completely blocked by the little fairy doctor. A series of muffled explosions of flesh and blood continuously sounded from within his body. Almost at the same time, two stern cries that contained extreme anger and unwillingness suddenly resounded through the sky. No! Xiao Yan and Su Jin cried out sternly in unison. The former did not expect that the fairy doctor would actually risk her life to block the palm of this black-robed person for him. Su Jin also did not expect that his palm, which he had used all of his strength, would actually be blocked by the fairy doctor who had suddenly charged out. In this way, would his trip not be in vain? Damned woman. If it were not for you, my Su family would be able to take revenge today. Under the cover of the black robe, Su Jin's face was filled with unwillingness. However, after using all of his strength to unleash this palm attack, the current him had also descended into a weakened state. If it were not for the remaining poison in his body, it was likely that he would have already been unable to endure. Even though this was the case, the hatred in Su Jin's heart grew even denser as he looked at Xiao Yan, who was still alive and standing in front of him. Teacher, since things have already developed to this extent, why don't you just take action and kill Xiao Yan to take revenge for my Su family? Su Jin did his best to squeeze out the remaining strength within the various chi paths, flesh and blood in his body as he pleaded for the remaining poison in his body. At this moment, only by relying on the latter's strength would he be able to kill Xiao Yan. No. Today, you launched a sneak attack on Xiao Yan in front of so many people. This has already attracted the attention of quite a number of people. If it were not for this old man concealing your aura, it is likely that those few old fellows from the Dui sect would have recognized you. If this old man were to take action now, forget about the fact that Xiao Yan has already regained his senses. Even if we were to really kill him, do you think that fellow Wu Du would be a pushover? Once he recognizes us, our lives will be in danger. But Xiao Yan, no buts. If we fail this time, we will find another opportunity in the future. We must not send both of us to our deaths because of this. Let's go. You do let out a low cry. Immediately, he controlled Su Jin's body. Even though the latter was unwilling, he still uncontrollably flew out of the distant battleground. However, just as he turned around, he was blocked from three directions by Bai Hua and the rest, who had flown over from behind. At this moment, Xiao Yan's face was dull as he hugged the pale-faced little fairy doctor in his embrace. He sensed the life swiftly dissipating from the latter's body. His originally calm, dark black eyes had turned blood red at this moment. Even his entire body was trembling uncontrollably. His heart was filled with terror and at the same time, it was also filled with a crazy killing intent. Chapter 1336. Xiao Yan sat in the air in the sky. In his arms was the pale-faced fairy doctor, whose aura was gradually weakening. At this moment, the latter's delicate body was limp in Xiao Yan's arms. Fresh blood covered her body like red petals. Large amounts of blood continued to gush out from her mouth. The remaining trace of life in her beautiful eyes was also rapidly dissipating. If it were not for the familiar warm aura on Xiao Yan's body that made her struggle, she would have died long ago. Xiao Yan's face was flushed red. His eyes had also turned blood red due to his fury. The veins on his forehead bulged, twisting like worms. The surging killing intent in his heart caused the surrounding space to continuously distort, spreading out circles of invisible waves. Sensing the increasingly dim life force on the little fairy doctor's body, Xiao Yan hurriedly took out a medicinal pill from his storage ring. This was the best healing medicinal pill that he currently possessed. However, just as he was about to let the little fairy doctor consume it, the latter struggled and stopped him. Her mouth spat out some words in an unclear manner. Each time she said a word, a stream of fresh blood would surge out, follow her cheeks, and roll down her neck, which had already been dyed red by fresh blood, causing hot tears to swiftly pile up in Xiao Yan's eyes. Ever since he came to the Yuanwu continent and met the fairy doctor, Xiao Yan clearly knew that she was one of the few close relatives he had on this continent. The reason he had brought her along was to ensure her safety. However, Xiao Yan had never imagined that there would be a day when the fairy doctor would actually die for him. Not only was the fairy doctor aware of this, but even Xiao Yan knew that she had no chance of surviving the full-force attack of the black-robed man. Even Xiao Yan himself might not be able to survive such a palm strike, let alone the fairy doctor, whose cultivation was far inferior to his. No need. I can die in your arms for you. I have no complaints, it's just that I'm unwilling, don't say any more. You have to hold on. I won't let anything happen to you. Xiao Yan opened his mouth and spoke in a hoarse voice. He grabbed the little fairy doctor's wrist with one hand and a large amount of spiritual strength swiftly poured into the latter's body. However, he was quickly interrupted by the little fairy doctor. It's no use. I don't have a chance anymore. I just can't accept it. I can only accompany you to this point. I really want to. As the fairy doctor struggled, the blood gushing out of her mouth became more and more intense. She used the last of her strength to reach for her collar and took out the jade pendant. She wanted to return it to Xiao Yan. However, the moment she took it out, the jade pendant turned into a pile of dark green ashes and scattered all over the fairy doctor's delicate body. Don't talk anymore, I won't let anything happen to you. Hold on a little longer, once you've recovered, I'll agree to whatever you want, don't. Xiao Yan involuntarily wanted to stop Xiao Yan from continuing to speak. However, how could the latter listen to him at this moment? I really want to be like them and accompany you for a lifetime. At this moment, the fairy doctor, who had struggled to the end, could not help but cry. Even the pain in her body was not as intense and cruel as the pain in her heart. From the beginning to the end, the man who was hugging her like a lover could only make her stop and look at him. Until now, when she was on the verge of death, she was still lying in Xiao Yan's embrace. However, it was a pity that all of this did not make her happy before it was already too late. This embrace came passionately, but it also came slowly. In the end, the fairy doctor smiled brightly. Her smile was filled with sorrow and loneliness. Her beautiful eyes slowly closed as hot and cold tears rolled down. Her delicate body was like a blooming red lotus as she lay in Xiao Yan's embrace. At this moment, Xiao Yan's eyes were lifeless. He stared blankly at the fairy doctor who seemed to have fallen asleep in his embrace. He was absent-minded for a moment. Suddenly, Xiao Yan, who was in the sky, let out a thunderous roar. It was like a bolt from the blue, shocking everyone present. Numerous gazes involuntarily turned towards him. At the same time, there were also quite a number of people who noticed the black-robed person who was currently surrounded by Bai Hua and the other two. When they saw this person, everyone from both sides were surprised. However, they quickly continued to place their attention on Xiao Yan. It was only at this moment that Lian, whose face was completely red, rushed into the sky. Xiao Yan's eyes were lifeless as he slowly handed the fairy doctor in his embrace to the latter. His body gradually relaxed and his arms drooped down. This caused the black-robed person behind him to feel a chill in his heart. He did not dare to be careless. Xiao Yan's hands suddenly clenched into a fist as the pitch-black heavy Xian ruler appeared in his hand in the blink of an eye. Just as the black-robed person noticed the giant ruler that had suddenly appeared in Xiao Yan's hand, Xiao Yan's figure abruptly turned back. His eyes filled with crazed killing intent instantly locked onto the black-robed person's figure. His body swiftly swung downwards like a bolt of lightning. Blazing purple flames instantly filled the heavy Xian ruler as the boundless Genesis Qi in his body gushed out without any reservation. Next, a magnificent ruler light abruptly shot out, crashing towards the black-robed person. Such a swift and violent attack coupled with the distance between the two made it impossible for the black-robed person to dodge. However, Yu Du was not afraid due to his cultivation. Using Su Zhen's body, black Genesis Qi rapidly gathered between his hands. His 10 fingers linked together as he rapidly formed a series of seals. Soon after, 2 hands were ruthlessly pushed forward. Bang! Even though Yudu's attack was hasty, he did not fall into a disadvantageous position due to his powerful cultivation. However, the moment his palm landed, the heavy Xian ruler in Xiao Yan's hand furiously swung again and again. After the first foot, Xiao Yan swung out 7 feet in succession. Yudu's expression changed as vigorous Genesis Chi immediately surged out, blocking all 7 feet of power. Humph, you're only a so-so. Yudu icily chuckled as Genesis Chi gushed out from his palm once again, intending to shatter the majestic ruler formed from the 7 ruler lights. However, it was at this moment that the heavy Xian ruler in Xiao Yan's hand began to swing again. The 8th foot. After 7 feet, the 7-fold heaven-breaking ruler gave birth to another foot. The power of this foot was comparable to the previous 7 feet, perhaps even greater. The 8th foot swung out, exhausting most of the Genesis Chi in Xiao Yan's body. In fact, even his spirit power was affected. Bang! The power of the ruler light in front of Yudu soared, causing a sharp pain to spread from his palms. The power gathered between his palms was about to run out. Only then did Yudu's expression change drastically. He did not expect Xiao Yan's battle power to suddenly become so terrifying. He no longer dared to hesitate as he hurriedly circulated the Genesis Chi in his body. His 2 palms violently jerked as Genesis Chi surged out, temporarily stabilizing his violently trembling body. Bzz. At the same time, however, Xiao Yan actually once again waved the enormous ruler. The broad blade of the ruler fell from above, and another startling ruler glow shot out. The 9th foot. The 9 feet swung out, fusing together like lightning. The power Yudu had to withstand suddenly soared several times over. Genesis Chi had just gathered between his palms when the terrifying ruler light forcefully broke through all of his attacks and viciously slammed into his chest. Even the surrounding area was instantly cleaved in 2. 9 feet, break the heavens. Chapter 1337. Quite a number of people held their breaths at this moment as they watched this frightening scene. The upper echelons of the heavenly cloud villa also revealed shocked expressions. By being able to unleash such a frightening energy with the cultivation of an origin emperor, it was no wonder that Wudu would say that he had killed an elder from his clan. Xiao Yan's 9 feet attack was likely something that they might not be a match for even if they were to face him alone. This brat, the power of this Do skill is likely comparable to an E-class Do skill. No wonder he is so powerful. He is indeed able to create quite a great battle result by relying on an E-class Do skill. There is hope for this child's future. The hearts of the Luo clan members were filled with shock as they gazed at the crazed expression on Xiao Yan's face. A mere origin emperor was already able to unleash such terrifying power. What would happen when he truly matured in the future? Hence, this was the crucial moment for them to establish a good relationship with him. Fortunately, this battle would establish the most solid foundation for their relationship. In the sky, the black-robed person's body was blasted away in the blink of an eye when Xiao Yan's 9 feet descended. Although the Genesis Chi in Xiao Yan's body was nearly exhausted, the killing intent in his eyes grew even more intense. With a furious roar, his feet heavily stomped on the air, causing the surrounding space to cave in. His body suddenly shot forward as the space beneath his feet finally collapsed. As for Yudu, even if he did not die, his body was already seriously injured. Even Su Zhen's body had also suffered serious injuries. If not for Yudu's protection, Su Zhen would have been killed by the previous attack. The black-robed human figure was like a kite with a broken string as it fell toward the outside of the city. Xiao Yan's figure swiftly drew through the sky. Only a thin layer of purple flame remained on his tightly clenched fist. Even if this was the case, he would definitely kill this black-robed person here. Just as Li Bingrui was about to chase after him, she was stopped by Luo Jin and by Hua. They naturally understood what the little fairy doctor's death meant to Xiao Yan. This life and death battle should be personally ended by Xiao Yan, and they could not interfere. With no other choice, Li Bingrui descended and headed towards Lian. Luo Jin also quickly followed after a brief hesitation. Bai Hua took in a deep breath. She could not help but feel somewhat worried as she watched Xiao Yan chase after the black-robed person. On the other side, Hall Master Xiao, who had luckily escaped death, suddenly had a strange black cloth bag in his hand. It was covered with strange runes and it occasionally emitted a dim light. The most shocking thing was that there seemed to be a living creature in the cloth bag that was wiggling. At this moment, Hall Master Xiao looked at the cloth bag in his hand. His scarlet eyes were filled with a strong bloodthirsty intention. Gue Luo watched Xiao Yan chase out of the city from a certain spot in the sky. A cold smile involuntarily surfaced on his old face. In front of him, Hua Zhu could not help but frown when he saw this. His gaze shifted between Xiao Yan and the former. Immediately, he took a step forward and a powerful aura once again swept out. This old man advises you to take care of yourself before you have any ideas about others. Humph, Hua Zhu, don't be too pleased with yourself. This old man has already said that Xiao Yan will definitely win today. Even you can forget about stopping him. Gue Luo chuckled sinisterly when he heard this. His body trembled slightly as a powerful aura surged out once again. Outside the city, under Xiao Yan's frantic pursuit, the distance between him and the black-robed person was gradually closing. The purple flames burning on his fist flickered in and out of existence in the fierce winds. In the end, when Xiao Yan arrived behind the black-robed person, the latter's body had already submerged into the black poison fog. The killing intent in Xiao Yan's heart grew even stronger when he saw that the black-robed person was almost within reach. He used the last sliver of Genesis Qi in his body as his body abruptly jerked and his charging speed abruptly increased. In the end, he still managed to land a punch on the black-robed person's chest the instant he entered the poison fog. Bang! One could only hear a muffled collision sound. A large mouthful of fresh blood was immediately spat out from the mouth of the black-robed person. The fresh blood that was shot out of his mouth immediately turned into a blood arrow that shot toward Xiao Yan's face. Xiao Yan let out a furious roar from his mouth the moment the blood arrow shot over. A cluster of flames shot out and incinerated the blood arrow that was heading toward him. In the blink of an eye, the black-robed person's figure had completely disappeared into the poison fog. By the time Xiao Yan rushed in and used his body to resist the poison fog's corrosion, the black-robed person had already disappeared. Xiao Yan's body trembled uncontrollably as he rushed out of the poison fog. His face had turned purple-red. Although he had been corroded by the poison fog, the black-robed person's escape was the greatest source of resentment in his heart. Keek, the person most important to you is dead. You must be in a lot of pain. However, Hall Chief Xiao, whose body had strangely become bloated, once again appeared in the empty space in front of Xiao Yan at this moment. At this moment, the latter's aura had recovered significantly. With just the current Xiao Yan, it was likely that the consequences would be unimaginable if they were to fight. Hua Zhu could not help but frown when she saw this scene. She could not help but worry in her heart. The Ghost Temple sect is indeed a bunch of lunatics. To think that they would not hesitate to devour their own spirit-binding bag in order to capture Xiao Yan. Keek, my Ghost Temple sect has never cared about the consequences when doing things. As long as we can complete the mission, it doesn't matter if someone dies or not. Today, Xiao Yan will definitely be in the bag of my Ghost Temple sect. Gue Luan let out a sinister laugh when he heard this. His figure immediately dashed forward as he clenched his 5 fingers together. Genesis Qi gathered at his fingertips to form a drill as he thrust it towards Hua Zhu's throat. Humph, that may not be the case. Hua Zhu was unafraid of the incoming Gue Luo. An invisible flame immediately surged between Hua Zhu's hands. It allowed the 5 fingers to insert into the flame, carrying a chi-chi burning sound. When Gue Luo's expression changed, his gaze once again looked at the spot where Xiao Yan and Bai Hua were at, only to see that an old mysterious symbol was gradually appearing between Xiao Yan's brows. At the same time, 2 of Bai Hua's fingers behind Hall Chief Xiao had turned into a sword that pressed against the back of Hall Chief Xiao's head. A powerful strength instantly erupted. Xiao Yan, who was in front of him, similarly smashed his fist violently toward Hall Chief Zhao's head. That trash. Old Gue Luo's expression immediately changed when he saw this scene. His gaze turned towards Huazhu in front of him, only to see the latter's palm violently smashing towards his face. A pair of eyes that burned with an invisible flame flickered with a cold glint. However, just as Huazhu's palm was about to land on Gue Luo's face, an invisible force instantly sealed the invisible space between them. At the same time, a sinister chuckle sounded. Huazhu, I haven't seen you for many years. Your temperament has grown. Chapter 1338. Following this faint laughter, a dense black fog rapidly spread out from Gue Luo's body. As the black fog churned, a figure stepped out. At this moment, Huazhu, who had been pushed back, had a grave expression on her face. She looked at the figure that was slowly walking out from the black fog. Her gaze fell on Gue Luo and she said in a deep voice, "Brother Gue Luo. Gue Luo, I never imagined that you, a dignified origin venerate and the vice sect master of the Ghost Temple sect, would actually do such a thing." This person was another source venerate powerhouse. In this way, the Crossing Disaster sect now had 3 origin venerate experts. Even Huazhu had not expected such a situation. TSK, this old man has already said that Xiao Yan will definitely become the property of my Ghost Temple sect today. Even you won't be able to save him. Gue Luo let out a dense smile when he heard this. His face was filled with disdain. The Ghost Slaughter Gate only sought results when they did things. As long as they could capture Xiao Yan, he did not mind using any method. Now that this person had appeared, even Huazhu would not be able to protect Xiao Yan with his ability. When the figure stepped out of the black fog, a powerful aura spread out from his body. The expressions on everyone's faces instantly changed. 3 origin venerates. This lineup was simply terrifying. Gue Luo's appearance had already shocked them greatly, but now, another origin venerate expert had appeared on the Crossing Disaster sect side. In addition to Huazhu's existence, there were now 4 origin venerate experts present. It's actually the sect leader himself. What a surprise. Wudu could not help but grin as he looked at the old man who had stepped out of the black fog. He cupped his fists towards the latter in a rather courteous manner. The latter also returned the greeting, a warm smile on his face as he said, "Sect Master Wu, it has been many years since we last met. You are still as elegant as ever." Gue Xing, humph, I never imagined that even you, the sect master, would personally appear for such a matter. Huazhu could not help but coldly snort when she saw the two echoing each other. Only then did she look at the figure who had just stepped out of the black fog. The latter was similarly dressed in black robes. His hair and beard were gray, but his old face was unusually rosy and full. A faint smile hung from the corners of his mouth, while his eyes sparkled. At a glance, he looked like an ordinary, amiable, and wise old man. If one was not familiar with him, they would likely be fooled by his appearance. Ghost Temple Sect Master? Huazhu's words caused waves of noise to erupt from the city below. Many people were stunned. It was hard to believe that today's battle had actually attracted the sect master of the Ghost Temple sect. Heavenly Mountain. You and I have not seen each other for a long time. Today, I am merely using this opportunity to come and visit. Of course, the main reason is, Gue Xing smiled faintly. His old eyes rotated as he looked at Xiao Yan below and said, "You. The experts that my Ghost Temple sect has sent have been continuously stopped by you, and none of them have returned. Since you have come to the middle region, it is time for you to return with us." As he spoke, Gue Xing's white palm gently extended forward. An invisible energy immediately formed an invisible hand that grabbed at Xiao Yan. The instant the frightening energy condensed, Xiao Yan felt powerless. His body was firmly imprisoned in the air, and he could only allow the invisible hand to grab at him. "With this old man here, you can't touch him." However, at this moment, Huazhu suddenly let out a cold cry. His sleeves shook abruptly and an invisible force immediately surged out. It broke the invisible pressure that was controlling Xiao Yan's body while also blocking the large invisible hand. Gui Xing's expression did not change in the face of this. He merely smiled faintly before turning his head to look at Hu Zhu and said, "Xiao Yan, you should be careful. So many years have passed, yet you're still the same. Do you really have to stop me? If you don't come, I will naturally not force you." In response, Hu Zhu's old face sunk as he coldly replied, Since you are so stubborn, I can only rely on some methods." Gui Xing faintly smiled. As he stepped forward, waves of black fog spread out from his body. At the same time, he ordered Gui Luo, capture Xiao Yan. This time, there must not be the slightest mistake. Remember, the situation will change if we delay. Gui Luo responded, and then smiled mockingly at Hu Zhu. Soon after, he turned his gaze towards Xiao Yan below. With a thought, the Genesis Qi in his body immediately began to circulate. With a leap, he charged towards Xiao Yan below. The expression on Hu Zhu's face involuntarily changed when he saw Gui Luo charge toward Xiao Yan. His body was just about to move when he was stopped by Gui Xing in front of him. A pair of old eyes carried a dense expression as he stared at Hu Zhu in front of him. He coldly said, "Since your target is me, you should target me first. As for Gui Luo, I believe he will handle it well." As his voice faded, Genesis Qi spewed out from Gui Xing's hands. He quickly arrived in front of Hu Zhu and ruthlessly swung his palm towards the latter's chest. Terrifying power caused the surrounding space to tremble uncontrollably. Upon seeing this, Hu Zhu had no choice but to withdraw his gaze. He gritted his teeth and hurriedly retreated. With a flip of his hand, a ball of invisible fire immediately condensed in his palm and ruthlessly collided with Gui Xing's palm. Boom! The two forces collided, and a thunderous explosion abruptly rang out. At the same time, cracks swiftly spread in space like a spiderweb, before being blasted apart by the sweeping energy. The two rapidly retreated, and Hu Zhu hurriedly looked towards Xiao Yan's side, only to see that Gui Luo had already arrived above Xiao Yan and Hu Zhu's heads. The two were still fighting with Hall Master Xiao. Even with the help of their bloodline power, the giant elephant art and Bai Hua, they were already having a hard time dealing with Hall Master Xiao. How could they possibly care about Gui Luo, who had suddenly attacked them? While the two of them were focused on dealing with Hall Master Xiao, they did not notice Gui Luan, who had unknowingly appeared behind them. The former had naturally sensed Gui Luan's presence long ago. When he saw Gui Luan, the coldness in his eyes immediately became even denser. The Genesis Qi within his body crazily surged as he violently exchanged blows with the two who were about to face him. Before they could respond, a surging force immediately spluttered from his palm, forcefully forcing the two back. At the same time, Gui Luan, who was behind them, slowly lifted his hands and gently pressed them onto the backs of the Xiao Yan duo. Rumble. But it was also at this moment that a sudden clap of thunder exploded in the clear sky above, and at the same time, a heaven-shaking dragon's roar resounded through the sky. Numerous golden lightning bolts suddenly descended from deep within the empty space. Everyone in the area was shaken. At the same time, a pair of icy cold hands stabilized Xiao Yan's and Gui Luo's bodies from behind. At the same time, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck Gui Luo's body behind them. When everyone raised their heads in the sky, a huge black hole suddenly appeared in the originally invisible space above the 9 heavens. Immediately, a huge golden dragon with golden lightning flashing all over its body descended in front of everyone's eyes. Chapter 1339. When the mighty dragon roar resounded across the land, the golden dragon's enormous body leapt out from the endless void. Its large golden eyes swept across everyone present with disdain. Anyone who saw those eyes would feel fear in their hearts. Even Origin Venerates felt their hearts tremble. This is the dragon race? Why has the dragon race appeared here? The expressions of several Origin Venerates immediately changed when they saw the dazzling golden dragon leap out from the endless void. Graveness involuntarily flowed out from the depths of their eyes. The dragon race was above all other beasts and was the supreme powerhouse of the demonic beast world. They rarely interacted with humans. Although the golden dragon before them only had the cultivation of a source ancestor, everyone present would have to face the wrath of the entire dragon race if they angered it. Even the Ghost Temple's sect and the Cloud Immortals sect would not be able to withstand such fury, let alone the other two sects present. However, what made them feel strange was why a member of the dragon race would suddenly appear here for no reason. At the same time, Xiao Yan, who was below everyone, had a pair of new red eyes as he raised his head to look at the huge golden-colored dragon in the sky with surprise. Although its body and appearance had changed slightly, that familiar aura still caused him to feel a sense of familiarity. This kind of familiar warmth caused Xiao Yan's emotions to be slightly soothed from the little fairy doctor's hatred and grief. When the human and dragon's gazes came into contact with each other, the emotions deep within their hearts were once again moved. Asterisk rumble, asterisk thunder rumbled continuously in the sky as the enormous golden dragon, surrounded by bursts of golden lightning, gradually transformed into a handsome young man with golden hair. Although his appearance was rather mature, there was a hint of immaturity in his eyes. Countless people stared blankly at the scene in the sky, their hearts filled with both fear and curiosity. While everyone's attention was focused on Xiao Jin, the latter's body suddenly trembled. Without causing any spatial fluctuations, he appeared in front of Xiao Yan in the blink of an eye. This shocking scene caused the expressions of the several source venerables in the sky to change drastically. In their eyes, even an expert of the same level as them would not be able to move without causing the slightest fluctuation in space. However, the Dragon Clan youth in front of them had done it so casually. It was truly terrifying. When everyone's gazes once again looked at Xiao Jin, only then did they discover that a young man wearing a golden robe had unknowingly appeared beside Xiao Yan and Xiao Jin. At this moment, the latter was grabbing Gui Luo's throat with one hand and easily kicking the latter's body into the air. Hall Chief Xiao, on the other hand, had been forcefully shattered into nothingness by the thunderbolt explosion earlier. A powerhouse from the dragon race. Gui Xing's heart sank when he saw the young man in golden robes. Even with his usual calm temperament, he could not help but change his expression when he saw this young man. There was no need to doubt the strength of the dragon tribe. Once they appeared, even the Ghost Slaughter Gate would have to withdraw. Moreover, from the looks of the current situation, it was obvious that these two people had come for Xiao Yan. This time around, all of his preparations had been turned into nothing. On the other side, Huazhu could not help but feel surprised when he saw this scene. However, what made him feel even more fortunate was that these two people from the dragon race were clearly standing on Xiao Yan's side. This also meant that the Ghost Slaughter sect was destined to not be able to take away Xiao Yan today. On the side of Heavenly Cloud Villa, the 7 heroes of the Luo clan, Luo Cheng and the other Luo clan experts all looked at Xiao Yan, Xiao Jin and the others below in shock. They had never imagined that Xiao Yan would be in contact with a member of the dragon race. After all, the latter had only just entered the central region. If the appearance of the Cloud Immortal sect's first elder was because of the Ghost Slaughter sect, then the dragon race was undoubtedly targeting Xiao Yan himself. What kind of person was this to be able to cause the dragon race to be moved? Little fellow, I haven't seen you for many years. You've grown up. Xiao Yan involuntarily let out a praise as he looked at the unrecognizable Xiao Jin in front of him. He was naturally able to tell that Xiao Jin's current cultivation had stepped into the Source Zone class. This kind of cultivation was much stronger than his own. If it was not because of the familiar aura being emitted from the little fellow's body, it was likely that Xiao Yan would not dare to recognize him. Heh, big brother Xiao Yan, I'm not late, am I? Xiao Jin smiled in embarrassment when he heard this. He gently scratched his head and said. Xiao Yan's expression could not help but be startled when he heard these words. His mood, which had just recovered, immediately became much gloomier. When he thought of the little fairy doctor, a killing intent rose in Xiao Yan's heart. Looking at Xiao Jin in front of him, Xiao Yan clenched his fists and calmed the emotions in his heart. He slowly shook his head and said, You're not late. I'm the one who's late. Bitterness involuntarily flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes when he said these words. Although he had long understood the little fairy doctor's feelings, he was still hesitating and struggling. Only today did the little fairy doctor's death cause him to feel regret in his heart. However, all of this was already too late. Xiao Jin involuntarily frowned when he saw Xiao Yan's expression become gloomy. He turned his head to look at Long Lin by the side. The latter frowned slightly as if he had also noticed something. Two friends from the dragon race, today's matter is a grudge between my Dui's sect and the Heavenly Cloud Villa. As members of the dragon race, it does not seem appropriate for the two of you to interfere. At this moment, Wu Du's somewhat low and deep voice was suddenly transmitted. Although he saw the two members of the dragon race walk to Xiao Yan's side, Wu Du was unable to remain silent and wait for a meaningless judgment. As a origin venerate, he naturally had his pride, even if the other party was from the dragon race. Then what do you want? Upon hearing this, Xiao Jin turned his gaze towards Wu Du in the sky and asked with a faint smile. The latter's emotions immediately relaxed when he saw that Xiao Jin had no intention of refuting. He parted his mouth and smiled. If Xiao Yan is a friend of the two of you, this sect master can let bygones be bygones on account of the two of you. However, he abducted the holy maiden of my Dui sect. This person must be returned. When these words were spoken, the surrounding people immediately sneered in their hearts. The other party had merely given them a good attitude. This fellow actually believed that there was still room for negotiation. The dragon race had always been arrogant and overbearing. No one had ever been able to negotiate with them. Wu Du was no exception. Xiao Yan's expression was indifferent when he heard Wu Du's words. Xiao Jin could not help but chuckle softly. A mocking expression was revealed in his golden eyes. Regardless of whether Wu Du's words were true or not, even if they were true, as long as Xiao Yan dared to do it, he would unconditionally support him. If you want someone, you can. When these words were spoken, Wu Du's eyes immediately brightened in the sky. At the same time, Long Lin, who was beside Xiao Jin, frowned. Soon after, he seemed to have thought of something. His expression was blank as he instantly looked towards Xiao Jin, only to see the latter pointing at him with a mocking expression. As long as you can beat him, you can choose anyone here. Chapter 1340. Heh, you brat. You dare to use me as a fighter? Long Lin could not help but chide Xiao Jin when he saw that Xiao Jin had actually pushed him out. The former curled his lips and spoke in a somewhat arrogant manner. Before I left, clan leader asked you to protect me. If you are unwilling to fight him, I can only do it myself. Upon hearing this, Long Lin helplessly smiled bitterly. Soon after, he casually threw away the half-dead Gue Luo in his hand. After which, he took a step forward. As his expression turned serious, a terrifying aura that far exceeded everyone present suddenly swept out from his body. At this moment, even the sky above Heavenly Cloud Villa changed color. Waves of wind and lightning surged, causing even the air to become much more moist. At this moment, the few source venerates in the sky all had extremely grave expressions as they looked at the former. It was likely that even if the few source venerates present joined forces and the 7 heroes of the Luo clan, they would not be able to withstand such a powerful aura and pressure. From this, one could see just how powerful Long Lin was. Since you want someone, we will do as this little fellow says. As long as you can defeat me, or at least defeat me once, you can choose anyone here. In the sky, Long Lin's body slowly moved until he was level with Wu Du. His calm words were filled with arrogance. This point completely revealed the arrogance of the members of the dragon tribe. However, at this moment, when Wu Du heard these words, the corner of his eyes involuntarily twitched. Such mocking words were looking down on him too much. But then again, he had personally witnessed Long Lin casually tossing Gue Luo away. In terms of strength, Gue Luo was not inferior to him in the slightest. In fact, Gue Luo was even slightly stronger. If they were to truly fight, Wu Du might not be a match for Gue Luo. Fortunately, when facing Long Lin, he only needed to defeat Gue Luo once. As a member of the dragon tribe, your words should be powerful and resonant, right? After musing for a moment, a thought passed through Wu Du's mind. He coldly said as he faced the powerful pressure that was being emitted from Long Lin's body. You don't have to provoke me. The people of the dragon tribe are always willing to throw out 1,000 gold coins. Don't talk about defeating me. As long as you can defeat me for one round, my words will count. Long Lin let out an icy chuckle. He clenched his right hand and gathered the surrounding Genesis chi in his palm. This method surprised the other several origin venerates present. Although they could also control the unrefined power of the world without exhausting his own power, they could not do it as easily as Long Lin, let alone gather such powerful energy. From this point alone, one could tell that Long Lin was much stronger than them. This guy isn't an ordinary source venerate. Wudu's heart sank when he saw this. He did not dare to be careless. Genesis chi frantically surged out from his body as purple-black Great Tao power gathered around him. Myriad poison Great Tao. The purple-black poison fog swiftly agglomerated into clusters of strange tents around Poison Wu's body. The latter looked at the few tents in front of him and hesitated for a moment. Only then did he clench his teeth. His body moved and directly passed through one of them. Bzz. When his body passed through the Great Way tent, his body seemed to have been smeared with a layer of purplish-black poison. A frightening aura immediately spread out from within Wudu's body. At the same time, waves of poison gas that was even more frightening than an ordinary poison fog rapidly spread out. When the poison gas came into contact with the Great Star Plate formation, the frightening energy between the two was immediately exhausted. Under the corrosion of the poison gas, even the light on the Great Star Plate formation became slightly dimmer. When one looked at the city wall below, although it was protected by the symbols, a corner of it was still melting at a speed visible to the naked eye under the potent poison. HSS, what a terrifying poison. The expressions of everyone in the city below involuntarily changed when they saw this scene. This poison gas was really a little too frightening. It was actually able to melt even the city walls, which were protected by symbols. At this moment, Long Lin was also frowning tightly as he watched the scene in front of him. With his powerful cultivation, the poison gas might not be able to get within 100 feet of him, but the terror of this poison still caused him to feel some fear in his heart. Myriad poison Great Tao? Legend has it that the founder of the Crossing Adversity sect mastered the Myriad poison Great Tao. The Myriad poison Great Tao is so terrifying that even Genesis Saint experts can't do anything to it. However, there is a prerequisite for this Great Tao power: the one who comprehended it must have the woeful poison body. Otherwise, they won't be able to withstand the pain of the Myriad poison Great Tao. You don't have the woeful poison body, so how can you control the Myriad poison Great Tao? Long Lin could naturally tell that Wudu didn't have the woeful poison body, but if that was the case, how could he display the Myriad poison Great Tao? Ha ha ha, the members of the Dragon Clan are indeed knowledgeable. You even know the Myriad poison Great Tao so well. You're right, I don't have the woeful poison body, but I do have a fake one. When I become a true woeful poison body one day, I, Wudu, will become the second Yi Xingdu. At the same time the wild laughter sounded, for veils had already pierced through Wudu's body. At this moment, his body had already turned purplish black. Even the hair on his body had withered and fallen off as a result. His skin and flesh had shrunk and caved in, making him look like a mummy. His eyes had also turned purplish black. His fingers were thin and pitch black, and his fingernails were sharp and long. Purplish black poisonous gas covered them, and they emitted waves of disgusting aura. In the blink of an eye, Wudu seemed to have turned into a monster. As he stared at Long Lin, all his emotions were thrown to the back of his mind. There was only one thought in Wudu's mind, and that was to kill Long Lin. Disdain surged in Long Lin's eyes as he gazed at Wudu, who was neither human nor ghost. The power of the Myriad poison Great Tao lay in its ability to continuously stack terrifying poisons on one's body. All the poisons would converge into one's body, and after some condensation, they would completely fuse with one's Genesis chi, allowing one to erupt with power several times stronger than usual. However, because Wudu didn't have the woeful poison body, he had relied on some special means to condense the power of the Myriad poison Great Tao outside his body and use it to strengthen his Genesis chi. Although this would also achieve considerable results, one could tell from Wudu's current appearance that such a method would come at an extremely painful price. Wudu was simply digging his own grave. Chapter 1341. Other than Wudu and Long Lin, everyone else in the sky above Heavenly Cloud Manor had retreated over 1,000 feet away. The 7 heroes of the Luo clan defended the formation, while Luo Qing led a group of elders and landed in the city. Gue Xing also retreated by himself, taking the opportunity to pick up Gue Luan. He could not help but curse in his heart when he saw the latter's miserable appearance. However, he was also extremely helpless. If the 2 members of the dragon clan had not intervened, Xiao Yan would have long become meat on their chopping block. How would he have ended up in such a state? In the battle between Wudu and Long Lin, although it seemed that Long Lin had some tricks up his sleeve, Wudu did not possess the true woeful poison body. It was difficult for him to unleash the full power of the 10,000 poison Great Tao. Naturally, one could imagine the outcome in front of this expert from the Dragon Clan. If it were not for Long Lin's words earlier, Wudu would not have had the guts to compete with him. Forget it. Regardless of whether it is true or not, you do have some semblance. Today, let me see just how much power this 10,000 poison Great Path, which was once renowned across the continent, can display in your hands. Long Lin curled his lips and smiled when he saw Wudu's strange figure. He slowly raised his right hand and extended it towards the former, making an inviting gesture as he said, "Please." Buzz. The instant Long Lin's words sounded, a frightening pressure that was several times stronger than before suddenly swept out from within Wudu's body. At the same time, waves of dense black smoke like poison fog spread outwards. Even the few origin venerates outside the arena could not help but be slightly moved by this frightening poison fog. With a thought from Wudu, the poison fog that lingered around him immediately gathered. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into over 100 pitch-black poisonous snakes. Under the control of his mind, they shot towards Long Lin in the blink of an eye. Hundreds of venomous snakes passed through the void in the blink of an eye like pitch-black lightning bolts. In the next moment, they appeared in front of Long Lin, twisting and twisting as they viciously bit at the latter's vital points. Long Lin's expression did not change in the slightest in the face of this. His gaze was indifferent as he looked at those poisonous snakes that were less than a meter away from his body. Only then did he slowly take half a step back. At the same time that he withdrew his right hand that was extended forward, his fingertip gently tapped a few spots in the empty space. Circle after circle of invisible spatial ripples immediately spread out above the empty space. A layer of solid barrier appeared in front of Long Lin in this understated manner. Bang 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 bang. Wudu's sharp attacks were easily blocked as the poisonous snakes collided with the invisible barrier. Outside the battle circle, Huizhu and the others couldn't help but smack their lips when they saw Long Lin's move, their eyes filled with envy. He is indeed worthy of being a member of the dragon tribe. His control over spatial strength has truly reached perfection. Just this alone is something that I am unable to do as easily as him. Haha, don't tell me that your 10,000 poison Great Tao only has this much strength. Isn't this a little too embarrassing? Long Lin clenched his right hand in the air. The empty space in front of him immediately became distorted and burst apart. Even the last remaining portion of the poisonous snakes were squeezed and shattered. Wudu's face involuntarily turned slightly green when he heard this. A cold snort was emitted from his nose. Immediately, his feet violently stomped on the empty space and his body immediately rushed forward. The 5 fingers of his hands were spread open and a suction force surged from his palms. Immediately, the shattered poisonous snakes gathered once again. They entangled with each other and formed 2 extremely large pitch-black long spears that were suffused with a cold glint. Go! With a low cry, the enormous black long spears, which were entwined by a dense black poisonous fog, rushed forward one after the other at lightning speed. After which, they disappeared in a flash. When the black long spears disappeared, the expression in Long Lin's eyes hardened slightly. He slowly raised his right hand and extended his index finger. He gently tapped the empty space in front of him. Immediately, as spatial fluctuations spread out, a huge long spear also appeared. His 5 fingers rotated and clenched in the air. A terrifying spatial strength appeared at the same time. Like countless steel blades, it ruthlessly smashed against the long spear and actually shattered it. Chi! Suddenly, the sound of rushing air was once again transmitted over. However, Long Lin seemed to have already anticipated it. The corners of his mouth were lifted into a cold smile as he tilted his head slightly to one side. Soon after, another enormous long spear suddenly broke through the empty space beside him and brushed past Long Lin's left cheek. In the next instant, Wudu's figure closely followed. He arrived in front of Long Lin with a sinister look on his face. The 5 fingers of his right hand curled into a claw and viciously slashed at Long Lin's chest. Sharp sonic booms rang out as the 5 fingers tore through the air. Even though there was a distance between them, the fierce wind was still enough to make one's heart skip a beat. Swish! At practically the same time as Wudu appeared, Long Lin's right hand abruptly reached out and grabbed the huge long spear that was about to brush past him. Then, as the 5 fingers descended, the long spear in Long Lin's hand was viciously swung towards Wudu's head. Wudu's heart was greatly alarmed when he saw this scene. His charging body forcefully turned around, and soon after, he felt a cold wind sweep past his head. At the same time, the hand claw that he had swung forward was easily dodged by Long Lin. "Huh, try and take my palm." Before Wudu could catch his breath, Long Lin's figure instantly rushed over. With a flip of his right hand, Genesis Chi whizzed out from his palm, shattering the space below. Then, Long Lin laughed heartily as his palm ruthlessly blasted towards Wudu. The surrounding space violently churned like the surface of a lake with a boulder thrown into it. Wudu's expression changed again. As his figure rapidly retreated, poison immediately gathered in his palm. The Genesis Chi in his body did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent as it gushed out. Great Tao skill, 10,000 poison palm. Black poison gas gathered in Wudu's palm in a lightning-like manner. In the next instant, a thick layer of black viscous energy swiftly gathered on his palm. At a glance, it appeared a little similar to mud. However, the strength contained within it was sufficient to cause one to tremble in fear. As the black poison palm rapidly formed, Wudu immediately rushed forward and ruthlessly thrust it forward. In the next instant, he appeared in front of Long Lin's palm, and the two collided. The moment the two of them collided, the void and poisonous fog around the two of them suddenly became violent. The black poisonous fog churned violently and the invisible void cracked open. The vast energy between the two palms also poured out at this moment and collided violently. Boom! Under the attentive gazes of countless people, a thunder-like explosion immediately resounded across the horizon. A terrifying energy storm spread out from the horizon, and pitch-black cracks that were nearly 100 meters long quietly appeared like ravines in the sky. Such a scene was like a ferocious mouth that had suddenly split open in the sky, causing countless people to feel a chill in their hearts. Bang! As the energy storm spread in the sky, the two figures withdrew explosively. In front of everyone's eyes, Long Lin withdrew by 100 steps before he stood in the air with ease. On the other hand, each time the latter's feet landed on the air, a dark black scar would be formed in the air. His body appeared quite miserable. Only after he was 1,000 feet away, did he finally stabilize his feet while swaying. Chapter 1342. The spreading of the energy storm also brought about a hurricane that swept across the land. Countless towering ancient trees in the forest around the city were forcefully uprooted by this energy. After which, they flew into the distance. This scene was as though doomsday had arrived. What frightening energy! To think that a true fight between Origin Venerates is actually such a scene, the scene that appeared in the sky immediately caused an uproar to sound from the city below. Numerous gazes contained shock as they looked at the enormous spatial crack lines in the sky. The shock in their hearts increased with each additional glance. It looks like you can forget about becoming the second Yixingdu. You are so shameless. You actually dare to dream of catching up to such a person? Long Lin could not help but mock with a mocking expression after easily forcing Wudu back in succession. In the distance, Wudu's pale face instantly turned green when he heard Long Lin's mocking words. At the same time, the fear in his eyes deepened. Although the dragon tribe was arrogant, it must be said that they did indeed have the qualifications to be arrogant. Even with Long Lin's tyrannical strength, Wudu was unable to force him back even once, even after using his 10,000 poison Great Tao and Great Tao techniques. Wudu did not doubt that even someone of the same level as him would not be able to easily receive his attack. From this, it could be seen that Long Lin's cultivation was definitely far greater than his. How is it? Does sect leader still plan on asking for more people? If you do, you can slowly try again. At this moment, Xiao Jin's faint laughter was once again transmitted over. This caused Wudu's face to become even more ugly. The latter's insulting actions caused him to be secretly furious in his heart. Regardless, the current him could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. If he continued to be entangled in this manner, it was likely that today's matter would be difficult to resolve. At this moment, the first elder of the Dui sect, Su Shuang, also stepped forward and arrived beside Wudu with a grave expression. The two of them looked at each other. They could see the bitterness in each other's hearts. After hesitating for a moment, the two of them viciously clenched their teeth. Their gazes once again looked towards Xiao Jin and Long Lin as they unwillingly cupped their hands together and said, "What happened today is indeed the fault of my Dui sect. If we have offended you in any way, please forgive us." Once these words were spoken, not only the people in the city below, even Luo Cheng and the others in the sky heaved a long sigh of relief. Since Wudu had admitted defeat, then today's battle had finally come to an end. Even though there were many twists and turns, fortunately, there were not too many mishaps. With this thought in mind, the experts from the Luo clan could not help but cast their gazes towards Xiao Yan. After the previous battle, Xiao Yan was currently sitting cross-legged on the ground, quietly recovering the condition of his body. Although he looked calm, everyone present knew that this calmness was short-lived. On the other side, Gue Xing's dark and solemn gaze slowly swept over everyone present. Finally, it paused on Xiao Yan's group as he slowly said, "Xiao Yan, remember, as long as you are alive, my Ghost Temple sect will capture you sooner or later. You may be able to escape for now, but you will not be able to escape for your entire life. Remember." Once he finished speaking, he lifted the half-dead Gue Luo with one hand. His body swiftly flew back in the direction he had come from. Behind him, Wudu led the people from his sect and once again cupped his hands together towards Xiao Jin and Long Lin. After which, he swiftly turned around and left. At this point, the Battle of the Heavenly Cloud Villa could be considered to have come to an end. Although Xiao Yan wished that he could capture Gue Xing on the spot, he did not have the strength to do so. Although Long Lin was present, they also knew that the reason why the latter had intervened was because of Xiao Jin. Moreover, with Gue Xing's strength, even if he had to carry a seriously injured body, it would not be difficult for him to leave this place. Once this battle was over, it would be difficult for the Heavenly Cloud Villa to recover within a short period of time. Forget about the damage in the battle, just the large amount of spirit stones used to operate the greater one-star plate was also an extremely large amount. In the next few months, they would need to keep a low profile for a period of time. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had already passed. Everything in the Heavenly Cloud Villa had already returned to normal. Other than the stricter control of the clan members entering and leaving, there were no other changes. Xiao Jin and Long Lin had also temporarily stayed in the Heavenly Cloud Villa because of Xiao Yan's group. The entire Heavenly Cloud Villa was naturally overjoyed with the arrival of the Dragon Tribe. The Dragon Tribe had a lofty status in the magical beast world. Even countless human forces wanted to have a good relationship with them. However, until now, no human force had been able to have a connection with the Dragon Tribe. Now that the members of the Dragon Tribe were actually staying in the Heavenly Cloud Villa, once this news spread, it would be of great benefit to the villa. Other than this, Huazhu had also temporarily stayed in this place. Bai Hua's group was confused about the reason behind this. However, the members of the Luo clan did not dare to slight her. In an instant, the experts from the Dragon Tribe and the Cloud Immortal sect were staying in the Heavenly Cloud Villa. This caused a countless number of people to rejoice. Of course, the entire Luo clan also understood that the reason they were able to stay in this place was mostly because of Xiao Yan. In the meeting hall of the Heavenly Cloud Villa, the upper echelons of the Luo clan were accompanying Long Lin. From time to time, waves of heroic laughter would be emitted from both sides. It sounded quite harmonious. On the other side, Xiao Yan's face was expressionless as he sat cross-legged within a secret room. In front of him was an extremely exquisite ice coffin. The coffin's lid was not closed and a pretty lady in a long white dress was quietly lying within it. Her face was as white and smooth as jade. Although she was no longer breathing, she still appeared like a living person. Xiao Yan's eyes were filled with shock. This ice coffin was made from the extreme cold ice soul that Xiao Yan had in his hand. With the support of the heavenly flame and some special methods of Xiao Yan, it could ensure that the corpse in the ice coffin would remain intact. Although he did not know how long this time limit would be, Xiao Yan still insisted. After all, he did not believe that the fairy doctor in front of him was really dead. After so many years of companionship, he had already become used to all of this. Now that he was looking at the beautiful person in front of him lying on this cold ice bed, he did not dare to believe it and was unwilling to believe it. His gaze was in a daze as he stared at the fairy doctor's white face. Xiao Yan's mind could not help but recall the various things that had happened back then. The corners of his mouth could not help but widen. It was a bitter smile. Outside the secret room, Lien, and the rest were quietly guarding. As a disciple, Lien should have entered. However, they also understood that the fairy doctor only wished to be alone with Xiao Yan at this moment. Such a situation was likely the only one. Chapter 1343. Xiao Yan stayed in the secret chamber for more than 2 months. During this period, Xiao Yan repeatedly recalled the entire process of the black-robed man's sneak attack. The abruptness and disregard for one's own safety caused him to sink into grief and resentment time and time again. Based on his memory, Xiao Yan also recognized that the black-robed man was Su Zhen, who had chased after them together with Tang Long when they had just arrived in the central region. Moreover, from the situation that day, there was likely a powerful spiritual body in Su Zhen's body. Otherwise, he would not have been able to erupt with such combat strength. Since Xiao Yan had recognized Su Zhen, the killing intent in his heart naturally surged. However, it was quickly suppressed. Although he wished he could tear Su Zhen to pieces immediately, Xiao Yan was no fool. Due to the pressure of the Dragon Clan and the power of the Cloud Immortal sect, the battle had only just ended. Su Zhen was a disciple of the Dui sect. If he killed him, it would definitely affect the Dui sect again. At that time, when the conflict arose again, Long Lin might not intervene again. As for Su Zhen, Xiao Yan must kill him with his own hands. However, as of now, no matter how much resentment Xiao Yan had in his heart, he could only suppress it in his heart before he had sufficient strength. In short, strength was the foundation for him to overturn everything. Heavenly flame, within the dark room, the light was dim. A surging flame inadvertently flashed across Xiao Yan's dark black eyes, shining like a star in the dark night. The heavenly flame had once again become his greatest reliance. Only by finding the heavenly flame would his cultivation be able to raise within a short period of time. Only then would he be able to take revenge for the dead little fairy doctor. However, Xiao Yan did not know where the remaining 2 types of heavenly flames were located. If he did not know, then as the spirit of the heavenly flame, Huizhu might know some special secrets. At this moment, the latter was in the heavenly cloud manor. Rumble. The tightly shut door of the secret chamber was finally slowly opened amidst a heavy rumbling sound. Lien Er, who was guarding outside, was the first to be alarmed. When she saw Xiao Yan step out of the secret chamber, a bitter expression involuntarily appeared on the latter's pretty face. Xiao Yan's appearance had become much more haggard after 2 months. His entire appearance had also become thinner. His face was strangely pale, as though he had crawled out from a pile of corpses. However, at this moment, a pair of pitch-black eyes were flickering with a fervent fire. Take good care of her. Xiao Yan's gaze paused on Lien Er. As the disciple of the little fairy doctor, the current Lien Er was even more important in his eyes. The little fairy doctor had already passed away. No matter what, he would definitely not allow her only disciple to be harmed. Lian Er hurriedly nodded upon hearing this. After which, Xiao Yan directly left this place. By relying on the subtle connection between the heavenly flames, Xiao Yan was able to vaguely sense Hua Zhu's current location. If his guess was correct, it should be the square where the heavenly cloud saint weapon ranking was located. Along the way, Xiao Yan ignored the surprised gazes from the members of the Luo clan. A moment later, he appeared in the square. Hua Zhu was indeed here. However, Xiao Yan suddenly had an illusion that this fellow seemed to be waiting for his arrival. At this moment, the latter was standing in front of the heavenly cloud saint weapon ranking. It was as though he did not sense Xiao Yan's arrival. A pair of old eyes slowly swept over the ranking and involuntarily smiled and nodded. Fifth on the ranking, the greater one astrolabe. In this case, the greater one astrolabe should have been repaired. How surprising. Just as Hua Zhu was exclaiming in surprise, Xiao Yan had already arrived behind him. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Hua Zhu leisurely turn around and smile. Little fellow, do you know what is ranked first on the heavenly cloud saint weapon ranking? I don't care what it is. I just want to ask you to tell me if there are any other heavenly flames in the central region other than yours, and where are they? Ignoring Hua Zhu's question, Xiao Yan went straight to the point. This time, he did not want to wait a moment longer. Little fellow, since you want to ask for advice, you should act like you are asking for advice. If you act like this, how can I tell you? Seeing this, Hua Zhu did not have any dissatisfaction. He just smiled with a hint of ridicule, turned around and ignored him. He continued to focus on the black stone tablet in front of him. Looking at the ancient and mysterious runes on it, he could not help but click his tongue in amazement. Later, Xiao Yan looked at the old man in front of him, and his emotions immediately tightened. He was about to urge him, but Hua Zhu suddenly turned his head and shot a cold gaze at him. He said in a half-joking voice, "Little fellow, after so many years of wandering in the continent, you don't even have this kind of temperament." The moment these words were uttered, the fire glow that filled Xiao Yan's eyes instantly disappeared. Even his hurried emotions immediately calmed down. His breathing paused for an instant. By the time he recovered, his expression immediately changed drastically as he began to pant intensely. Cold sweat involuntarily appeared in front of him and behind him. It was a long while later before he gradually calmed down. Looking at Hua Zhu, who seemed to have done nothing in front of him, Xiao Yan was shocked. He then respectfully bowed to the old man and apologized. "I have offended you before, please forgive me." Hearing this, Hua Zhu gently raised his hand again, turned around and smiled. "It doesn't matter. This old man doesn't mind. It's understandable that the person you love is leaving you. But remember, irrational anger will not be able to accomplish anything. As for your previous question, this old man can only answer that I don't know." As soon as these words came out, Xiao Yan suddenly raised his head and stared at Hua Zhu in disbelief. The heavenly flames could sense each other, not to mention that the heavenly flames in the world had already turned into spirits. The perception of each other was much clearer. If there was a heavenly flame in the central region, Hua Zhu should have sensed it. How could he say that he did not know? Don't think so much, this old man will not deceive you. If you don't know, then you don't know. It is true that the heavenly flames have turned into spirits, but it is also true that they will hide their aura. Otherwise, once they are discovered by some experts, even if they have turned into spirits, they can't hide. As soon as Hua Zhu's words came out, Xiao Yan immediately frowned. If that was the case, wouldn't it be difficult for him to find a heavenly flame? In that case, the revenge of the little fairy doctor. As soon as he thought of this, the expression on Xiao Yan's face suddenly became a little heavy. However, immediately after, Hua Zhu once again laughed softly and said, "This old man really doesn't know where the heavenly flames are in the central region, but this old man can recommend a person to you. That person must know." "Who?" Xiao Yan's eyes widened, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. His eyes were also filled with eagerness. Pill Tower's ancestor, Yao Dan. Chapter 1344. The ancestor of the Pill Tower? Xiao Yan's expression was immediately stunned when he heard Hua Zhu's words. Immediately, he laughed bitterly. The Pill Tower was a true overlord faction on the continent. The ancestor of the Pill Tower was an extraordinary existence. He had yet to even see the face of the Shao clan, much less the ancestor of the Pill Tower. It could be said that Huazhu's words could not be used as a reference. That's right. The ancestor of the Pill Tower has once roamed the continent and has seen many secrets of the continent that others cannot find out. I believe that he will definitely know if there is a heavenly flame in the middle region. As long as you can meet him, it should not be difficult to obtain information regarding the heavenly flame. Huazhu smiled and nodded as she spoke. Xiao Yan could only helplessly shrug his shoulders when he heard this. He temporarily ignored this point. Regardless of whether the ancestor of the Pill Tower was aware of it, Xiao Yan admitted that he was unable to meet the ancestor of the Pill Tower. There was no need to mention anything else. Ugh, since there was no news of other heavenly flames, it was likely that it would be difficult for his cultivation to increase for a long time in the future. Xiao Yan involuntarily let out a long sigh when he thought of this. Without a heavenly flame, how was he going to take revenge for the little fairy doctor? The Duerr sect was after all a super faction in the middle region with a rich foundation. As the Origin Emperor, Su Zhen's treatment within the sect would naturally be quite good. If this continued, it was likely that Su Zhen would become an opponent that was difficult to deal with before Xiao Yan could grow. Adding the Duerr sect and the spiritual body within his body, all these factors caused Xiao Yan to feel a great pressure. After this battle, the little fairy doctor had died. He and the Du-Yi sect could be said to have reached a point where they would not rest until one of them was dead. However, these words could only be said in the current situation. If he wanted to take revenge for the little fairy doctor, he would need more than just courage. Without a heavenly flame, given Xiao Yan's cultivation speed, it would be difficult for him to kill Su Zhen and take revenge even if he had another 10 years. Could it be that this was it? Xiao Yan's heart was heavy. The only thing he could think of was the Shao clan. This foreign clan, which Xiao Yan still did not know what kind of relationship it had with him, might be able to become a cornerstone that would allow him to swiftly grow. However, Xiao Yan would have to wait until he arrived at the Shao clan to see just what kind of relationship it had. From the looks of it, the Shao clan wasn't completely trustworthy. Little fellow, there's no need to be so conflicted. Although I can't find the other heavenly flames for now, isn't there one in front of you right now? Just as Xiao Yan was feeling distressed, Huazhu chuckled and said. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's expression was immediately startled. Then, he shook his head and smiled. Senior, you're flattering me. You've saved me twice. How could I dare to think about you? Moreover, you're the great elder of the Cloud Immortal sect. If something were to happen to you, it would be difficult for the Cloud Immortal sect to explain. This old man admires your character of being considerate. You don't need to care about what I do. The Cloud Immortal sect will have someone to take care of it. As for you, you only need to do one thing for me. Huazhu chuckled. At the same time, he took out a somewhat rusty badge from his storage ring and handed it to Xiao Yan. When the badge entered his hand, he felt a heavy feeling. From its simple and unadorned design, one could tell that this badge was probably quite old. However, apart from this, Xiao Yan could not see anything special about it. Senior, this badge is something that this old man and an old friend made an agreement. Now that the time has come, it's time to return it to him. You only need to personally hand it to him on behalf of this old man. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's heart could not help but tremble slightly. Since it was something that he had made an agreement with an old friend, it was reasonable to say that Huazhu should personally return it. Of course, he could not easily take it in his hands. A thought flashed through his mind. Just as Xiao Yan was about to return it to Huazhu, the latter raised his hand and stopped him. I haven't seen that old friend of mine for many years. If this old man personally returns it, it's difficult to guarantee that he won't have thoughts about this old man's body. Therefore, I'll leave this badge with you for the time being. If you meet him in the future, just return it to him. Remember, that person's name is Luya. If you meet him in the future, do not be careless. At the end of his words, Zhu cautiously reminded him. When Xiao Yan heard the name Luya, his heart immediately recalled that old man from the southern region's Lutsang city. However, he also knew that although they had the same name, it was likely that the strength of a person who was mentioned by Zhu would not be too weak. Immediately, Xiao Yan nodded gently and quietly remembered this name. At the same time, he tightly gripped the somewhat rusty badge in his hand. He hesitated for a moment before storing it into his storage ring. Seeing Xiao Yan put the badge into his storage ring, Zhu nodded and then changed the topic with a smile. By the way, you haven't answered this old man's question. Do you know what is ranked first on the Heavenly Cloud Saint weapon list? Previously, he was so focused on asking about the heavenly flame that he directly ignored Zhu's words. Now that he heard it again, the expression on Xiao Yan's face could not help but be startled. Only then did his gaze return to the black stone tablet in front of him. The first position was clearly empty, but in that case, why did Zhu ask such a question? After a long while, Xiao Yan could only shake his head with a bitter smile. He cupped his hands towards the old man in front of him and said respectfully, "Senior, please enlighten me." Zhu parted his mouth and smiled when he heard this. His turbid old eyes once again looked at the stone tablet behind him. Immediately, he slowly raised his head and looked at the blue sky above his head. Xiao Yan followed his head and looked into the distance. After which, he exchanged glances with Zhu. Xiao Yan involuntarily raised his eyebrows when he saw the expression in Zhu's eyes that contained a deep meaning. "It's the sky?" As soon as these words came out, Zhu pursed his lips and smiled, but did not explain further. Just as Xiao Yan was filled with doubts, he said, "All right, this old man will say this much for now. I believe that you will find out what exactly it is in the future. It has been 2 months and you should have a good rest. It will not be too late to look for this old man after you have made all the necessary preparations." Hearing this, Xiao Yan lowered his eyelids and nodded slightly. Only then did he bow and cup his hands towards the old man and leave. Looking at Xiao Yan's leaving figure, Zhu could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. He turned around and looked at the black stone tablet in front of him again. There was a strange light in his eyes. A moment later, when Xiao Yan returned to his residence, he found that Xiao Jin was waiting for him alone. When he entered the door, Xiao Yan was surprised to see that Xiao Jin was holding 2 energy crystals emitting purple light in his hands at this moment.